info or through Zoom, we provide interpreting feature which you can access by clicking the option of change audio and the global logo on your video. And for those of you attending in person, we have the receiver. For the panelists in Zoom, please turn on your camera and mute and activate your microphone when you want to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, this forum will be conducted in Bahasa. We provide translation
Bapak Ibu
services
sekalian, kita
in
menyediakan
English and Chinese.
penerjemahan
You can
ke,
either listen to
ke dalam dua
the
bahasa.
English
Anda
version
bisa mengklik
on the
audio button
your screen.
atau gambar logo dunia di layar
There is a
Anda.
set of receivers provided by the committee. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat
Good morning, a warm welcome, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Kebajikan. Welcome to the event of Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue in 2023, enabling rapid power sector transformation. Please give a big round of applause
pagi ini.
for this morning.
Atas
Thank you for your attendance. I'm happy that I, Febriana Rizayanti, can be your MC for the third day of IETD, Wednesday, 20th September 2023. I hope you are all in good health.
Indonesia Energy Transition
Indonesia Energy Transition
2023 merupakan acara dialog
annual dialogue event held by Indonesia Clean Energy Forum in collaboration with Institute for Essential Services Reform, and this year is held along with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, also supported with Pertamina New and Renewable Energy and PT Ijata Petro Energy.
di tahun ini.
This year, IETD have started the sixth edition and becomes the national discussion platform for policymakers, business leaders, civil society, academics, and various community to share latest knowledge and to develop common understanding in order to implement the energy transition in Indonesia.
Tahun ini
This year, Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue will focus on the strategic discussion on the acceleration of energy transformation in the power supply for the long-term strategy. One of them is the effort to achieve net zero emission, determine the JETP implementation action, Indonesian readiness and the acceleration of the renewable energy policy and market scheme to support the transition in the electricity system. IETD have the objective to be the discussion platform between the central government, bilateral international financial organization, business players, communities, academics, and to implement the collaborative action to achieve the national target zero emission by 2050. Today is the third day, including the last day of our IETD 2023 series, and there will be three national discussion which will discuss about policy and market needs for supporting the power system transition. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the first session, which is getting the new renewable energy pipelines ready, procuring the renewable energy, and setting up the right incentives. While listening to the first presenter, which is Ibu Kirana Sasrawijaya, as the senior partner of Umbra. Ibu Kirana, the stage is yours. Good morning. What language should I use? Indonesian or English?
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity and the chance for having this discussion today. My name is Kirana Dia Sastrawijaya. I'm a lawyer. I'm a senior partner in Umbra. I've been dealing and focusing on the power and renewable energy sectors for more than 15 years right now. For this morning theme of discussion, I was being asked to discuss on how to standardize power purchase agreement with fair risk distribution. And this is something where it's mainly discussed in many opportunities, and therefore that this could be like very interesting opportunities as well to have the dialogue and discussion about this item. Oh, sorry. So when people say or people ask, what is fair risk distribution? This is actually difficult questions to be answered. Why? Because different parties have different perspective on what should be deemed as a fair risk distribution. There are a couple of stakeholders involved in the discussions of and finalization of our purchase agreement in Indonesia, and most of the parties mostly relate to the discussion. It's from lender's perspective, sponsor perspective, and off-taker perspective. As we can see from lenders, basically the most important one will be to ensure stability and certainty of the project income flow to serve the debt. So whatever risk which being allocated to the project companies, and therefore that must be certain that that will not disrupt the revenue stream of the project, which will be required to serve the debt. From sponsors' perspective, there is a need to ensure that the PPA provide the expected return in accordance with their initial assumption. And also for the sponsors, usually for the general, for the power project in Indonesia, they are expecting to finance the project through project financing, and then therefore expecting to have a limited recourse financing, which means by limited recourse that as much as possible that they are not being allocated to the risk where it will not increase and cannot be mitigated. Otherwise, that certain support or guarantee from the sponsors will be required to close for the financing. While from the off-taker perspective, usually that the risk allocation translated and associated with the risk. The higher the risk being allocated to the developer, meaning that also will affect and increase the tariff as well. So the more that the risk actually being allocated to the sponsors, to the project companies, that also will also increase the tariff. But that's basically how the different perspective of the parties involved will affect the risk allocation and the risk distribution. But basically, when we are discussing and trying to standardize for the risk allocations in the PPA, the basic rules will be the risk should be allocated to the parties that is best placed to manage or mitigate the risk. In terms of the in terms of the benefit of the standardization, of course, that there are benefits of the PPA standardization. The first one is the increase of the efficiency, because when the PPA is being standardized, then the period for the consistent template that can be used in multiple projects. Consistency in the PPA provisions, so it makes it clearer for stakeholders or parties who want to enter into the market to assess the risk, because for the next project as well, because they already know what will be the risk in the PPA. And market transparency, this also will promote market transparency as well, because stakeholders can use, when stakeholders use the standardized contract, it will be easier to compare project conditions and pricing, leading to the greater market clarity. And then synchronization with regulations and policies. When the PPA is being standardized, then when we negotiate the PPA, we will know what is exactly in the PPA provision, and that must be ensured for the certainty on the compliance of the regulation. But it's also relate to the certain challenge in the PPA standardization, because it's not easy to create regulations to have the PPA standardization. For some of the literature that with respect to the risk allocations and also for the bankability perspective as well, the literature also provide, for example, this one is from the CLDP, one of the literature which discuss about the understanding of power purchase agreements. The literature actually also discuss what shall constitute as bankability PPA. But the comments made in that literature also basically says that there is, even though there are standard market acceptance by time on what shall constitute as bankability provisions, there is also the concept of the bankability. It's basically a ever changes concept, meaning that will be affected by many factors. So it could be different from the timing perspective, from the market acceptance, from the market conditions, from the geological perspective. And then this also will depend on the strength of the financial support and the financial conditions and the negotiations conditions between the sponsors and also the lenders. This one which create the difference on how market will think what will be deemed and what is be deemed as a truly market. So therefore that it is not easy to make a standardized or the regulations to standardize a PPA. And also from legal and from lawyers perspective, having regulations which actually provide what the minimum requirements and what shall be included in contractual arrangement. That's also the discuss the needs and the needs that the contract have to really comply with the regulations. If there are some deviation, so that have to be assessed whether that deviations can be deemed as breach of the regulations or not. Therefore, once this is actually issued, there is a clause or there is regulations which stipulate what will be the content of the PPA. If there is deviation, then that's also will create a risk as well, and therefore that certain standardization later on or certain regulations which provide what shall constitute or included in the PPA should also consider certain flexibility as well, because for some of the like the big project financing, usually that legal opinion from lawyers also will be requested, which basically to say that the PPA is actually in compliance with the regulations, does not breach any law. So when there are regulations which stipulate this must be the minimum content of the PPA, so or this what have to be incorporated into the PPA, further detail checking have to be conducted. Therefore, that's also while in the actual circumstances, there are items on the contractual arrangement like PPA, which usually will require certain negotiation and usually, for example, may be adjusted from time to time or may be adjusted to the actual circumstances. When we are trying to do the standardizations of the PPA, the PPA have been in the market for a long time, since early 1990, and there are already many samples and generations of the PPA in the market. But if we are talking about the standardization, the easiest one is to make standardization on the boilerplate clause of the PPA and the usual general accepted bankability clause, which the normal one like parties, arbitration, right and obligations of the parties, dispute settlement, anti-corruption, assignment, confidentiality, all of the boilerplates is easy to be standardized. But as we know that there are a lot of new technology for development of renewable energy in the market. There are always changes in the market. There are always new technology. In past, we only discuss about the geothermal and hydro for renewable, but then coming in the intermittent projects which have different characteristic in terms of their weather risk, and then we also now discussing about hybrid model and then the new technology like hydrogen. So there are a lot of technology specific clause which will make it tricky for having the standardization, and therefore this kind of clause which relates to the change of the technology should be made flexible enough to allow for the changes of the technology and then to avoid that any deviation or any changes should not be deemed as the breach of the regulation. The other one which will affect the standardization is, of course, the commercial item and also the bankability, which, as mentioned, there are development and there are changes on what constitute as the commercial or the bankability of the PPA. This one is usually related to the ones that usually heavily negotiated in the PPA with respect to bankability, and the commercial is the items which will usually being considered as bankability provisions, but that at the other type that's also affect the commercial, which means affect the tariff, because some of the bankability, if it is not being allocated to the off-taker, then have to be allocated to the IPP, meaning that will affect the tariff. But the tariff is actually part of the submissions of the proposal for the tender. Therefore, that some of the items have to be adjusted and considered case by case basis as well. And if these items want to be standardized, then later on the creations of the standardized provisions, which usually in practice require certain adjustment and negotiation, that should open certain clause which will allow certain flexibility. Yeah, this one, for example, relates to the items which will relate to the IRR and equity return. If there is buyout, what will be the IRR? Environmental benefit, BOO, BOT, share transfer restriction, and then for the bankability clause, which might also affect commercial, for example, certain discussion on the grace period, how long the grace period before the dim dispatch should start to kick in, and then how the regulations related to the triggering event, which will lead to the change of law, how long is the monetary threshold, how far, what is the amount of the monetary threshold before change in law could trigger the change of the provisions of the tariff, and then the delay of the interest rate, for example, that's also the commercial, which also affect the lenders, and also, for example, the refinancing, whether there should be like the shares of the benefit, whether that's something which be allowed, whether approval is actually required, or whether that's something can be allowed and leave it to the IPP. So this item, because there are different characteristics, make the standardization, the attempt of the standardizations, and also making the regulations always become the long process and requires inputs from many stakeholders, and also some definitely that the justifications in terms of the commercial calculation why the standardization, why the risk allocation is met is needed. So when we ask about what is actually the bankable PPA, so whether that's actually can be standardized and whether that's actually can be incorporated into certain regulations which can be fixed during the time. In general, the literature provide certain guidelines which in general almost similar in terms of the comments on what should constitute as bankability of the PPA, which usually relate to the coverage of the dispatch risk. So for the revenue, to ensure the revenue, that there should be certain certainty that the plant will be dispatched and will be purchased, and to receive revenue, the tariff should be fixed. Foreign exchange risk should match with the foreign exchange under the PPA should match to the exchange in the currency in the loan agreement. For the change in law, there should be certain mechanism if there is increase or decrease of the cost for the development of the project because of the changes of the regulation. The PPA should provide the mechanism on how to adjust and then to reflect that increase of the cost due to the change of the law and in the tax provisions. Force measures is usually also being required for the exemption on the performance obligation, dispute resolutions from also dispute resolutions also usually being requested to also follow the international standard termination clause, which usually lenders will expect that if there is a termination, then the loan portion of the loan will be recovered sufficient to recover the portions of the loan. Off-taker on credit worthiness, currency calculations, the lender's step-in right to allow the PPA to be able to be assigned, and then for the lenders to step in. That's this one we took this from the two literatures where we compare the two literatures on what market considered as the bankable PPA, and most of the comments are the same, but basically this also the same as earlier discussed, that even though that in general that there are what shall constitute as the generally accepted bankability market condition, but in practice as well that the bankability itself is the changing concept and needs to be adjusted and needs to be seen from case-to-case basis, and a lot of factors also will affect and also needs to be taken into consideration. as we've also tried to show here some of the evolutions. As you see that market in Indonesia PPA as well, there are also evolutions on what we deem as market acceptance on standard risk allocation. This depends from the situations of the market. That depends on how foreign lenders see the risk of the off-taker in Indonesia. That also depends on the types of the technology and how it's basically the market see the country risk. As since the issuance of the electricity law in 1985, basically that the first generation PPA was entered in the early 90s, where it's the standard bankability of the market at that times. In general, follows the general literature on the standard bankability, and that's some of the first generations, which mostly still generated by the coal fire and hydro. It's basically considered that's defined, and that's defined on what constitute or what considered as bankability for the Indonesian PPA, which then used also as the baseline until now as well for the market perception and also for lenders how to see bankability. And before the 1997, this one is mostly the first generation, is before the pre-financial crisis in Indonesia. And then after, at that time, there was the financial crisis in Indonesia, and there was a different situation as well. Like there are certain model of the PPA at that time where there are changes on the risk allocation, which, for example, no dim dispatch, no buyout, limited triggering event. There are certain changes during the 1990 after the financial crisis, which at that time also lead to some delays of the financial close, and in the end deals to the renegotiations of the PPA itself. This show that the attempts to change the attempt to change the bankability of the market and the perception is not something easy, because there are certain already like the generally accepted bankability item. But we've seen later on in the later one, like starting in 2017 as well, where there are certain finally that the project financing, we've seen again that the project financing, successful project financings in 2017 as well, and there are the similar risk allocations in terms of the bankability, but there are certain risk sharing as well. And this risk sharing also being accepted as well. For example, like there are grace period before the dim dispatch is actually being accepted, and then there are different model of the PPA, and the changes also happen again in 2017, where at that time, the first time that the government tried to issue regulations on the standardizations of the guidelines on the model of the PPA, and another new generations also the regulations issued, and then some of the changes also have to be followed. So we also can see here how the market changes, and even how the international lenders see the risk of the countries and the risk of the Indonesian off-taker. Because in past, for the power projects to be considered bankable, international lenders usually requires like government guarantee. So it's always happened in past. Like in past, there is like the support letter, and then in past there is also JBIC umbrella note arrangement, which relies on the public service obligations under the state-owned enterprise law, and then there are first fast-track government guarantee, which is provided for the EPC projects, and then market evolve as well, providing different kind of the government guarantee, like in the second fast-track using the business viability guarantee letter, which is provided by the Minister of Finance, and there's also introductions of the government guarantee as well by the PPP, and we've seen that in past that this always be required, but recently that we also have seen that project financing can be closed without government guarantee as well, showing that the increase of the confidence of the country risk of Indonesia, and also the increase of the trust of the credit worthiness of the Indonesian off-taker, which create the which create the changes in the market procession as well. So we have seen now project finance can be closed without government guarantee. So another thing have to be considered as well for the standardizations of the PPA, again because technology keep changing and it's difficult to ensure that one regulation actually can fit into the entire future, because we will not know what will the new technology and the development of the market could also evolve and changing. For example, that there are different types of the PPA as well in the market, which actually also depends on the technology, because the characteristic of the technology also translate into a different guaranteed model arrangement. For example, this one related to the take or pay and the guaranteed energy one. Like the conventional called PPA use the concept of the availability payment take or pay using the guaranteed availability payment or based on the availability factor. In hydro PPA use the concept of exclusive committed energy, which the energy is actually being guaranteed. Geothermal PPA also use the same concept of the take or pay commitment. There was in past the versions of the solar PPA issued by the regulations which use the minimum annual production concept to have what will be like constitute as the minimum payment. And then the intermittent PPA now use the concept of the project availability energy and predicted capacity matrix, which also that's also a different concept with the general guaranteed on the energy, because when we are talking about intermittence, the performance will also affected by weather conditions, which means that this will affect how the guaranteed and how the performance penalty needs to be translated into the PPA provisions. The other one, the difference of the technology also will translate it into how the tariff being standardized or being included in the PPA, which usually this also will depend on the technology, the types of the tariff. The conventional one, which is already being generally accepted in the market using the different component of the tariff, which differentiate between the fixed tariff and variable tariff, where the for the fixed tariff, which relates to certain O&M, usually certain component B for the fixed O&M can be escalated, and then there's also the component fuel, which usually are pass-through concept. And then there will be a variable which usually depends on the amount of on the numbers of the kilowatt hours being produced by the power plant. And then the component E reflects the capacity charge of the transmission line as well. But this one, in the conventional one, like when we're talking for the intermittence, for example, there is no component C for fuel, and then there is no component D for fuel. And then the changes of the regulation, also one of the example where the changes of the regulations creates certain further analysis and also further assessment again. Like for example, in the recently issued presidential regulation number 112, there's no longer the concept of the distributions of the tariff into different components. So it used the single tariff where it divided into different period of time. So how to translate the single tariff and how to compare the single tariff cap, the single tariff ceiling price, which stipulated under the Perpres, into a different 5 components. That's another steps that have to be considered and reflected. And then for the how the component of the tariff component now, the tariff under the Perpres is basically a fixed tariff. So escalation is not allowed except for geothermal. So this means the next considerations how this will be translated later on to deal with the fuel cost, which usually is considered as the pass-through, and then for the escalation, where escalation meanings now have to be incorporated, included and calculated in the tariff assumption. And then the price in USD, because the cap now, the ceiling now is in USD, so it's basically how about to deal if for example, if there is like the IDR based PPA, how this needs to be translated into the tariff under the presidential regulation. So as a conclusion, as we see for the effort and attempts to do the standardizations of the PPA, is the easiest way that we think is to basically using reference from the earlier PPA that have been deemed bankable and proven successfully and running. Because by using this, it's basically the PPA before it's being signed, and before it's being signed, it's already involved certain market acceptance input, which, as previously discussed, market actually evolve as well on how the market perceive and how the market see the bankability and the risk allocation. And therefore that once there is already like the samples, or the easiest way is actually to follow the ones which already accepted, have been negotiated by the off-taker, by the developer, and also have been seen by the lenders as well. And then the second one, from the legal perspective that we see as well, is to ensure that there are certain flexibility as well, which avoid certain deviation to be deemed as breach of law. This has always been a concern, and also become one of the important things if we are talking about the project financing, where legal opinion on the validity of the PPA is required to allow as a conditions for the financial close, meaning that if there are regulations which are fixed, this have to be followed, and they are now provide certain flexibility on certain types of the provisions, while the PPA, as we can see, that it evolves during the term, it basically differentiate different on the technology, so there is difficulties later on if certain deviation is actually needed based on the actual conditions. And then also if because risk allocation is actually translated into the US dollar amount, so if for the changes of the risk allocation, ideally this should be supported with the financial study implication as well, on how the changes of the risk allocation will also have the impact on the tariff. And then comparisons to other countries, we've also assist and look into some comparisons of the other countries, and other countries with different market structure also have different risk allocation as well. And even though with the similar market structures like in Malaysia or in Thailand, like in Indonesia, they also have different risk allocation. That's also be seen as how the country condition and then the market conditions actually different from country to country, and how market perceptions on the acceptance of this standardization. So that's some notes from me on this standardization. If there are questions, or later on we can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much Ibu Kirana Sastrawijaya mengenai pemaparannya tentang how to standardize
Presentation on how to standardize renewable energy PPA with fair and risk distribution. Next, we are going to listen to the second presentation, which will be presented by Mr. Arjun Dut, Senior Program Lead with CZW Center for Energy and Finance. To Mr. Arjun, the stage is yours. Yeah,
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to participate at the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue. Let me start by sharing my screen so that my presentation is visible to you all. So I hope my screen is visible. Can somebody give me the confirmation that it is? All right, perfect. Thank you. So I am Arjun Dutt. I am a senior program lead at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a New Delhi-based think tank. Now, one of the benefits of a global energy transition is that it provides the opportunity for the sharing of experiences and lessons between countries so that they can apply those to their respective transition challenges. And in today's session, when we are talking about RE procurement in Indonesia, I thought it would be a good idea to share the experiences from India as to how India has dealt with these challenges and how the country has succeeded in deploying renewable energy at competitive tariffs, and particularly the role of competitive auctions in RE procurement. So let's get started. So I'm going to start with a quick introduction about my organization, the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a New Delhi, India-based not-for-profit policy research institution which seeks to impact sustainable development at scale with data, integrated analysis, and strategic outreach. Our work seeks to do several things, the first of which is system-level transformations. These can either be economy-wide transformations towards a low-carbon economy or sectoral transformations such as those pertaining to the decarbonization of power or industry. Our work also seeks to improve the quality of life by advancing a push towards sustainability across air, water, food systems, cooling, and mobility. And we work on these transformations by focusing on some of the key enablers such as sustainable finance, technology, and circular economy. So CEEW has 4 special initiatives that are mentioned at the bottom of the slide, and I work for the CEEW Center for Energy Finance. So with that, since we're talking about another country, let's start with some brief context about India's emissions and why certain sectors are best placed to advance India's decarbonization. So as you can see from the slide, 3 sectors, that is electricity generation, industry, and road transport, collectively account for around 70% of India's emissions. And of these, of course, electricity generation or the power sector is the largest, accounting for 40% of gross GHG of India. Therefore, a transition of the power sector towards clean sources of power generation lies at the heart of the country's decarbonization efforts. And it also represents a huge investment opportunity. So, for example, India targets 500 gigawatts non-fossil fuel-based power capacity by 2030. And this represents investments of around $200 billion only for generation capacity, and more investments will be needed in transmission and storage and other supporting infrastructure that enables capacity addition. So clearly, decarbonizing India's power sector is important. So let's take a look at what the current status of the same is. This next slide presents a brief snapshot of the current status in terms of installed capacity, generation, and capacity addition of renewable energy in India. So renewable energy, including hydro and variable sources of generation such as solar and wind, currently collectively account for close to 180 gigawatts in India in terms of installed capacity. And this represents around 41% of overall installed capacity in the country. So India's updated NDC submitted to the UNFCCC in 2021 commits to achieving 50% share of power installed capacity through non-fossil fuel sources by 2030. So the target for 2030 is 50%. We are currently at 41% in terms of installed capacity. And in terms of actual generation, as to how much electricity in terms of kilowatt hour in the grid is actually renewables, around 23% of electricity on an annual basis is renewables. And of this, around 12% is variable renewables, basically solar and wind, and around 11% is hydro. The chart that you see below the text represents how much capacity India has added in terms of renewables over the past few years. So in terms of the most recent years, as you can see, around 15, 16 gigawatts is what India has been adding. But in order to meet its target of 500 gigawatts by 2030, this 15, 16, annual rate, 15, 16 gigawatt must rise to close to between 40 and 50. So that is where we stand in terms of India's RE sector and where the trajectory of capacity addition must go for India to achieve its targets of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030 and also 50% of installed capacity by the same date, being renewable energy. So with this, let me move on to contextualizing particularly the topic of today's discussion. So of course, the focus of today's discussion is on RE power procurement, and India procures its renewable energy through competitive auctions. But along with the actual mechanism of power procurement, there are complementary enabling regulation in the ecosystem that also facilitate de-risking of investments in India, and thereby the attainment of competitive RE tariffs. Because ultimately, for countries such as India and Indonesia to add renewable energy at large scale, what is also necessary is that the capacity addition should happen at a competitive tariff so that it also improves the competitiveness of the economy and also allows electricity to be made available to the poorer sections at affordable rates. So the three-pronged framework that is in front of your screen is what drives RE tariffs, low RE tariffs in India. The first is about setting targets, clear targets, and also complemented by annual trajectories in terms of capacity that is awarded at auctions. The second is actually having an enabling policy environment where sectoral policies and regulation allow lowering of risks for investors. And the third is that through the power procurement mechanisms of auctions, this low risk environment for investors translates into competitive RE tariffs. And in terms of India, currently we add solar and wind capacity between 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. So that is the kind of tariffs that we have in India. So let's look at each of these in turn. And of course, we will focus ultimately on the competitive auctions, but it is important to understand the role of other key enablers in the ecosystem in facilitating the low tariffs through competitive auctions. So the first of these is the target setting and the annual bidding trajectories. So as you can see from the table, from the top to the bottom, this is an evolution of how the Indian government has increased its ambition with regards to renewable energy. Back in 2010, with the commencement of India's national solar mission, the target was 22 gigawatts to be added by 2022. But in 2015, before India ratified the Paris Agreement, this target was increased to 175 gigawatts by 2022. And while the earlier target was only solar, the 175 gigawatt target spanned multiple technologies. So the target included 100 gigawatts for solar, 60 gigawatts for wind, 10 gigawatts for biopower, and 5 gigawatts for small hydro power. And at COP26 in 2021, India also further committed to 500 gigawatts of non-fossil energy capacity. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, currently India is close to 180, and we need to reach 500 in terms of renewable energy by 2030. So one is, of course, the overarching figure or the top line figure in terms of the target, 500 gigawatts by 2030. What this does is it provides clarity and predictability to the investors. It acts as an advance market commitment from the government of India. And what results for the investors is a clear pipeline of opportunities and of large scale. So there is a clear communication of the scale of the opportunity and the pipelines associated with it. And to make it even more clearer at an operational level, India earlier this year announced that 50 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity will be auctioned every year from this financial year, that is financial year 2023-2024. In India, financial years typically end at the March of the respective year. So financial year 2023-24 is April 2023 to March 2024. So effectively, from financial year 24 to financial year 28, 50 gigawatts of capacity will be awarded every year to renewable energy developers. So there is a clear understanding of how much capacity is in the pipeline. And for the current year, the authorities have also specified how much capacity will be awarded each quarter. So there is a quarter-wise specification of how much capacity will actually be awarded at India's renewable energy auctions. So this is the first part of what is necessary for achieving low-cost tariff procurement. In addition to this, the next part is developing an enabling policy environment that helps investors mitigate various investment risks. Because the lower the risks, the lower the return expectations of investors and the lower the tariffs that can be achieved. So in terms of sectoral policy and regulation, it has focused broadly on four buckets. These are creating demand certainty for investors. And I'm going just clockwise to read off the graphic that's on the screen. The first is creating demand certainty for investors. The next is, of course, mitigating risks pertaining to land and evacuation infrastructure. The third is facilitating grid integration of renewable energy. And the last is mitigating off-taker risk. So these are some of the major ways in which policy and regulation has sought to address these challenges. In terms of creating demand certainty, India has instituted renewable purchase obligations, which are basically renewable portfolio standards for distribution utilities or DISCOMs, captive power producers, and open access consumers. There are also dedicated mechanisms for open access electricity sourcing for renewable energy for corporates, and this promotes RE adoption by corporate consumers. In addition, new sources of RE demand, going beyond the traditional power sector to electric vehicles and green hydrogen, also help generate greater certainty of offtake of renewable energy. So, for example, India's National Hydrogen Mission potentially provides for around 100 gigawatts of renewable energy demand, or 125 gigawatts of renewable energy demand by 2030. The next aspect is mitigating land and evacuation infrastructure risk. Over here, India's solar park scheme or renewable energy park schemes has been quite successful, as it provides a plug-and-play model for developers, where in exchange for a fee, readily available land sites and evacuation infrastructure is available for setting up renewable energy projects. Other aspects include a wind repowering policy to replace existing small wind turbines with new large turbines with higher CUFs that facilitates more efficient utilization of land and infrastructure, evacuation infrastructure, and of course, policies on offshore wind and floating solar that help deploy renewable energy projects outside traditional sites on land. Further, in terms of grid integration, India has worked towards setting up the Green Energy Corridor project. That is that is a transmission infrastructure that connects renewable energy-rich sites with load centers across the country. Renewable energy has a must-run status that facilitates the dispatch of RE. There is an increased focus on deployment through hybrids of solar, wind, and storage that facilitates the development of more dispatchable RE generation profiles, and also to make battery storage more cost competitive. There is a VGF scheme that is offered for battery energy storage deployment. Finally, in terms of mitigating off-taker risk, the challenge with India is that some of the the distribution companies that are owned by state governments have high levels of debt, and therefore there is a risk perception for investors that some of these discoms could delay payments or default on their payments. So in order to mitigate this off-taker risk, a new kind of contractual structure was devised around 2015, where a central government agency, which has greater creditworthiness, acts as an intermediary between the discom and the generator. And this central government entity signs the PPA with the generator and a back-to-back power sale agreement with the discom. So through this mechanism, the central government agency, which takes on the risk of non-payment or delay in payment by the discom, mitigates off-taker risk because it has a superior creditworthiness. And lastly, there have also been measures that have been taken, reforms to improve the operational and financial sustainability of discoms. So the key message is, through focusing on creating demand certainty, mitigating land and evacuation infrastructure risk, mechanisms for grid integration, and mitigating off-taker risks, policy and regulation in India has produced a low-risk environment for investors to set up their projects. So then how does this fit in with the next aspect of the threefold framework that I outlined? The last part is, of course, the competitive auctions. Now, auctions by themselves are not sufficient, but of course, in light of the targets and bidding trajectories and the de-risking through policy and regulation, facilitates the discovery of tariffs that reflect risk perceptions of investors. So if the risk perceptions are low, the tariff mechanism or the competitive auction mechanism would translate into the discovery of prices that reflect low risk perceptions. So in terms of the history, India has been conducting competitive auctions for solar since 2010, since India's national solar mission commenced. And in terms of wind auction, India was procuring wind power through feed-in tariffs till 2017, but then the country transitioned to competitive auctions through a reverse auction mechanism in 2017. Further, just recently in 2023, because the tariffs that were being discovered at competitive auctions were actually too low to be viable, India has shifted from reverse auction to closed bidding only for wind. So I'll just quickly describe how these two processes are different. So the first mechanism mentioned on the left of the table, the reverse auction, is how India procures solar, and closed bidding is how India has now shifted for procurement of wind. So basically, both of these mechanisms are a two-envelope bidding procedure where there is both a technical bid and a financial bid. And financial bids of only those bidders which qualify the technical bidding round are considered. In both cases, the lowest tariff bid is identified. But the difference between the reverse auction and closed bidding is that in the case of reverse auction, after the discovery of the lowest bid, further bids are submitted where other developers can actually either match or even better the lowest bid. And after a second round of bidding, where an even lower tariff can be discovered, capacity is awarded first to the lowest bidder, and then other developers on a bucket filling basis till the entire gigawatt amount of capacity that is being auctioned is awarded to the developers. On the other hand, in the closed bidding system, after the lowest tariff bid is identified, bidders cannot adjust their bid downwards, based on other bids. So this is unlike the reverse auction, because the reverse auction process allows for further lowering of bids. But in the closed bidding system, only one round of bidding happens, and the lowest bid is identified. Capacity is first awarded to the developer with the lowest bid, and then the remaining capacity is awarded to others on a bucket filling basis. So these are the two models of competitive, and both of these are competitive auction-driven market mechanisms. So like I said, that a competitive auction market mechanisms, if there is a low risk investment environment in the country, facilitates the discovery of very competitive renewable energy tariffs. So this is borne out by my final slide that shows the trajectory of renewable energy tariffs in India. So the y-axis is actually denominated in Indian rupees, but as you can see, if you look at the solar tariff from 2010 to around 2020, there has been around an 80% reduction in tariffs. And for wind as well, after the commencement of auctions in 2017, you can see how the trajectory of wind tariffs has significantly reduced in terms of the actual tariff that is being realized. So currently, tariffs in India stand at between 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. That is a combination of having an advanced market commitment through RE targets and bidding trajectories, through de-risking through policy mechanisms, and finally, having the competitive auction mechanisms that facilitate the translation of low-risk investment environment into competitive tariffs. So with this, I hope to provide some perspective to inform the deliberations that will happen in today's session. And thank you once again for the opportunity to present and share experiences from India.
Thank you once again, Mr. Arjun, for your presentation on the renewable energy procurement through auctions in India. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sesi ini akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi
will be continued for a panel discussion panel that will be moderated by Ibu Erna Mursanti as a green development expert. Bu Erna Mursanti, please enter the stage.
Okay, thank you for introducing me.
Terima kasih telah memperkenalkan saya.
Selamat pagi, salam sehat dan sejahtera untuk semua peserta yang hadir di pertemuan ini, baik secara offline dan online. Nama saya
Online to offline. My name is Erna Musanti. I will be the moderator for this discussion session this morning. Before, maybe we could cool down after the two very interesting topics with a very weighty topics. So maybe maybe I could try to create a poetry here. Some please respond. Going to Pasar Baru. Today is Wednesday. So we brush our teeth in the house, and now in IETD we are discussing about transition energy transition. Thank you for the amazing response for my very simple poetry. And without further ado, I want to invite back all of you, so Ibu Kirana, as the senior partner from Umbra, to join us in the stage on this morning's discussion. I want to invite Pak Zulfikar Manggar as the expert staff from the Directorate of TPP from the PTPLN that representing. Please, Ibu Kirana and Bapak Zulfikar Manggar join me in this discussion session. Morning, Bu. Thank you. Please take a seat. Bapak Zulfikar Manggar will represent Bapak Wulyo Kusatur as from PT PLN. Thank you for joining us in this discussion. So Bapak Diskuso is quite knowledgeable in the power plant section because he's been in the very important position in the PTPLN from the project manager of UTB of RRE Jakarta, and then for Kalimantan, and vice president of construction of West Java in the main office, and general manager of PTPLN of the main unit of East Kalimantan, and the vice president of the new renewable energy, and now he's become the expert staff of the directorate project of PTPLN. And now joining us as well through online is Bapak Antoni Utomo. Bapak Antoni Utomo. Good morning, Bapak Antoni. Good morning, Bu. So it's nice to see you joining us. And I think you're still traveling, right? So you also spend some time for following our discussion regarding Net Zero Hub. So his attending here will be also have Sinta F. Kamdani, but in his daily life, Pak Antoni is someone who has the passion to create a landscape of energy transition that could create a good environmental benefits. Now we already have a presentation from Pak Arjun and Bu Kirana, and to start today's discussion, I want to ask Pak Sulfikar to give your response about the presentation given by Bu Kirana and Pak Arjun. So the question here is it very general question? Maybe I could give it to Pak Sulfikar and Pak Antoni. So generally, what is your response to your presentation, and what is the relevance to the Indonesia, and what are the aspects that can that could invite appetite for the investors to investing in this renewable energy? Should I read about the all the conclusion or the short version? Maybe I want to share about all the key takeaways. I don't want to I just want to give your key takeaways because there's quite a lot of very important points. So if there's from Pak Arjun.
Arjun stated that there are 4 ways for the enabling environment from the perspective of policy. The first one is to create the demand certainty, mitigate the risk related to the land acquisition and off-take risk. And the last one is we have to know about the renewable energy integration to the existing power grid. And the last one is competitive bidding is definitely needed to make renewable energy pipeline ready in Indonesia. And then from Ibu Kirana, the key takeaways that are relevant, there are many, but a few points that I noted. The standardization change is needed for the PPA, adjusted with the category of the energy resources. Even in the NRE, it should be categorized based on the source. Why there should be this clause? Because technology continues to evolve. So there should be differences. So that's the takeaway. Again, please, I look forward to your response from as a representative from PLN. Thank you. May peace and blessings be upon us. Good morning, a warm welcome to all of us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, both attending offline and those attending online through Zoom. I will start, of course, with a limerick, a proverb. Meaning, the discussion with IETD Forum Let us accelerate the energy transition. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here with all of you and those also joining through Zoom, representing my director for Mega Project and NRE from PLN. So I admit that so far the development of NRE in Indonesia is still not as we expected. But through these forums or alike, especially with the title Enabling Rapid Power Sector Transformation, I think we can sit together and answer all the issues that we're facing. I see that there's two topics that was presented this morning. They're one of the key success or key factors to accelerate the development of NRE in Indonesia. The first one was presented by Ibu Kirana. It's about the PPA, or Indonesian is known as PJPL. That requires improvisation so that there can be an agreement between PLN and the buyer from PLN and the developer. And related to procurement, that's very interesting on what's being done by our colleague in India, Mr. Arjun Dutt. I think that can be our lesson learned, that there are options. The one that was presented, there are plans for 500 gigawatts. That's amazing. If we compare it with PLN, it's 20 gigawatt up to the year 2030. So we need to fight together with all other stakeholders to implement this. We realize that PLN as the center of the development of renewable energy in Indonesia, because we know that our electricity system is still integrated vertically. Even though in the power plant, we have an ITP, but the development up to the retail is still held by PLN. So the opportunity for development of other power plants for NRE definitely considers the demand, the growth of demand to PLN. So if we see, first one is how, related to what we have discussed this morning on the economic scale of the power plant of this NRE that's going to join with PLN. We require a plant that is competitive. Through this discussion about procurement, which is more efficient and it's more competitive, and the PPA, as mentioned by Ibu Kirana, of course, PLN, from the perspective of the off-taker, so it is part of how the NRE plant that will join the system from the off-taker perspective become more effective and efficient. So we really agree that the tariff paid by PLN through to this plants, it already have illustrates that the tariff really represents the risk allocation of both parties. This PPA hopefully can increase the efficiency as mentioned by Ibu Kirana, and the consistency of PPA provision is also important, and there should also be transparency in the market of NRE market. And what's important, this definitely involves all stakeholders, especially government and the regulator, relates to regulation and policy. So repair of all this definitely will accelerate the development of NRE in Indonesia. So that's one of the important consideration for the progress of EBT in Indonesia. Other consideration that is important, as I said, related to supply and demand. So factually now, almost all system is currently being the on the supply side, you can say it's beyond the actual need. So the reserve margin is high. And economic wise, the reserve margin that is above 30% or higher than that is not effective if we look from the perspective of PLN as the off-taker. And then other issues, we are currently making effort ensure that all parties, especially industries and others, are making efforts so that PLN can immediately increase their sales through industry that continuously grow, so that the demand side will add and PLN will have the opportunity to add more plants, and in the future all these plants becomes renewable energy. There is opportunity when we see the consideration between the balance between supply and demand. The next consideration is the readiness of the system, because we know that the intermittent plant or the renewable energy is one of the key in the future to accelerate the development of renewable energy in Indonesia. So I think we have done a lot, and I, who was once in the division of the renewable energy in PLN, even though I see that there are more regulations, now we have the presidential regulation number 112, and I think currently discussion on the main points related to the PPA, so that once again this will make the developer feels that there's a fairness in the PPA between PLA and the developer. We've done that a lot, and in the meantime we are finalizing the minister's regulation on PGPL. Maybe there's one that has not been approved. Maybe Ibu Kirana can explore further and more detailed related to the transfer of development before COD. How is it? Is it still following the transfer of shares and then the green attribute for each PPA? Next, I also see there are many opportunities in geothermal, and because we have many sources, and we will declare that Indonesia has the largest geothermal potentials. We have around 20 gigawatt, and what we have developed is less than 10%. So I see that we need to have a breakthrough. So I think we should also remind our colleagues from the Directorate General of the New and Renewable Energy. Maybe there should be a breakthrough related to the risk and others as an effort to develop the other NRE, such as geothermal, which we have the source. For the power plants, other NRE power plants, I think we already have it in our plan, but I think this has to be renewed, adjusted with the current condition. But I'm convinced that whatever that we plan to do in related with the transition energy, both parties, PLN as the off-taker, and can develop this NRE into to boost other geothermal power plants with competitive pricing, so that PLN as a company is also divided by to make profit. So and also taught them to exist. And the stakeholders is not limited to the Ministry of ESDM or the Ministry of Finance to be more attractive in and other financing institution to be more active financing to the developers and directly to PLN. So the price can be more competitive because we know that for them to to develop the progress in ETB, it requires a large amount of fund, and we try to calculate that. So we try to calculate that for our RPTL of 2030. It can come up to 10,000 trillion. My apologies, sir, I will cut you when you talk about this amazing funds of amazing amount of funds. So how is the role for the private sector? So we have many comments.
Regarding to the tariff and supply demand and for the existing system, it's all the things that's been talked a lot. But I truly appreciate that the PLN have already thought that far in having a green RPTL. So maybe Pak Antoni, because you've also talked about land, so it's a bit also mentioned by Pak Arjun that about the land risk and things related to that. So I heard a rumor that they talk about the land acquisition risk. So this is quite a sensitive question to Pak Antoni. So how far land acquisition can be accommodated by PPA flexibilities, and how can PPA can help private sector in land acquisition? And please, maybe I could give this question to Pak Antoni as well. Okay, maybe there going to be an update from Bukirana, because honestly, what's clear, that you could imagine that when we try to buy a new solar power plant, and if the land, and if you assume that if for 1 megawatt needs 1 acres or hectares of land, so when we and in the agreement we mentioned. So yeah, that's why we need we need to do a continuous improvement, and there's no flexibility that, for example, There's just a note that maybe the land can be acquisition by the government, but if the land status is APL and needs to be acquisition, but that's why we create a procurement for the solar power plant Bali in 2019. So at the end of the day, the competition is on the land acquisition. Because if we look at the equipment and the funding and the financial and the funding for the construction is more or less the same with all those developers. However, at the end of the day, what's being developed and was is the ones who wins, the winners who receive or acquires a land that is cheaper or better. So that's why if we look at in Malaysia, for example, maybe Pak Arjun can explain maybe about the situation in India about the solar power plant. So it hasn't been adjusted or prepared. So the regulation on Malaysia prepared the land, and then it could be loaned during the PPA period. I think it's around 25 years, and then it will be returned. So the competition here is not about taking over the land itself. So these are the improvement that we could do, and generally also, well, we could still see that there's a lot of silos on this NRE development that could delay. They could delay between the other ministries. Maybe there's no synchronization between ministries, but whatever it is, through this forum and discussion that we're doing right now and have been doing, we could see what are the issues and we could fix or maybe improve on them. Maybe other issues like a local contain, for example. So how ready are we? How ready our industry is? But the important is that the government is interested in our independence. But PLN as the off-taker also needs to prepare the market or so the industry could invest on the industrious effort to improve the local content. Import is also another option, but I think we're still consistently try to improve our industrial capabilities of for the local contents. So yeah, taking about details about the PPA, I want to ask Pak Anthony. Hello, are you still monitoring us, right? So we want to listen to the voice from an entrepreneur who also discuss in depth on the energy issue. So what about your perspective as an entrepreneur on the relevancies of the previous presentation? So from the entrepreneur side, what is can what is the true key driver in increasing investment? Is it from the contract or PPA or from the regulation consistency, or maybe there are other things? Okay, thank you, moderator and the distinguished guest. So yeah, it has been explained quite well from the previous presenters, and we also have a lot of initiative, especially to accelerate the assumption of the green industry. So here we also have a Silo Hub cabinet where we have around 27 companies, whether it be MSME, even for the known companies, to create a net zero declaration. So we could see that the industrial needs is realized or it's real. That's being explained by Pasubikar that the demand will slowly go to for a clean energy, and also being talked about is a green attribute as well on the renewable energy attribute. So from the industrial side, so we could say that related to the PPA, as related to the PPA, will be focused on the developers. But first of all, we always push that we need to make sure that the track exists. So if the project don't exist, well, what are we trying to chase or try to do in an enterprise? But if the project exists, we're going to push we could also push the PPA standardization. So it's going to make a negotiation easier and won't be take too long. And there's going to be a transparency. And well, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, about the inputs on about carbon rights. So the carbons is also some awareness or eye opening because there's a lot of inputs on to our association about the ongoing PPA. So has it where we haven't been regulated before. So as a risk taker, PLN, or as a developers, so here where discussions like IETD have must discuss things related to the stakeholders' interests. I think one of them is that. So we need to so we push this discussion on the carbon rush and the energy attribute, and especially it could be pushed even further so this PPA can be standardized. And the second one, we also said that regarding to TKDN, so we appreciate that there's a presidential rules or regulation. I think it's around last week. They also created insurance or insurement in the implementation, especially for the solar power plant, where we could use TKBN for 40% until 2025, because we could say the amount of power plant that could produce a TKPN for number 4 hasn't existed yet in Indonesia, especially a tier 1. So we also push in the industrial side because creating demand is not only being burdened on PLN, because as we could know that term 26 there's no insurement on the next implementation. So when we talk about a land, well, well, I do agree on the social component because it's pretty big. And Pastor Kupitar also said that it's truly fair that wherever we could acquire the land, will have a big competitiveness compared to the other developers. But how about the efforts, such as Arjun that has said or has conveyed, that enabling policy environment is not only a PPA centric, because just like a rooftop coal power plant, well, we have a lot of that kind of industry, and the insurement in the revision of the PRMN 26 is still on the harmonization phase. So we need to push together with the insurement from all of the key changes with our related colleagues from the PLN or from the mineral resources. We will give our insurance that the public sector or the private sector where we could reach our NBC. So what are the key topics that we've heard where we couldn't export, for example, but for our own usage can be applied into each industries. But these kind of things that we need to push together. So the burden will not be held by PLN, but it's also industry also have a renewable energy option. So as long as we don't have the access for the distributed energy, this will be an issue that it's not just for the private companies, but also for SOEs, because a lot of SOEs will be impacted from the carbon reduction sectoral. They will get hit basically. So we could also see there's a lot of foreign direct investor of FDI. So I have a lot of I have so I have so let's say that you try to find go to the restaurant and try to find an organic ingredients. Well, you couldn't find it, then you're going to try to find another restaurant. So we need to ensure that a lot of investors will go in, and it's not just from the competitiveness of the power prices, but also the sustainable index. But sadly, Indonesia, the sustainable index is not very high. And regarding to your presentation or topic, so we truly support on the PPA standardization instrument, but also quite interested in the several points of Arjun that has said. So enabling instrument, there's going to be a lot of regulation about enabling. As we also said in RWPT, there's still going to be on the ongoing phase. So we're going to put related stakeholders that could participate in contributing ideas or even mindsets that could accelerate energy transition that could be accommodated through regulation framework, because this enabling policy is not only become the burden of the government, but also as a stakeholder we need to voice out our industrial needs, so the regulation that will come out will can benefit to all of sides. So I think last month I have a job at United States. So there's protectionism issues where there's IRA, for example, to to push for American-centric job creation. So our geopolitics is going to be very interesting because there's going to be a lot of hegemonic interest in several countries. In America, as a country of conference, for example, there's several countries that actually held a very important highs on the power plant, because Indonesia as a country was again the potential was a high as a massive solar power plant potential, and because we also have a larger potential. So I think this is our insight, and we try to push if all of the points that could be conveyed can be implemented well. Okay, thank you so much, Pa Anthony. So, what is that alarm for? Is it for a fire alarm, or is the what type of alarm is that?
Atau sesinya selesai.
Or is it signify that the session is over,
Kita harus evakuasi.
or do we need to evacuate?
Oh, tidak ada kejelasan. Baiklah.
Oh, nothing. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Pa Anthony, because one thing that I captured as a closing, or one thing that I understood. So there's a lot of companies that has entered Indonesia, especially when there's a sustainable index. Well, about the index, I want to mention a little that there has been a green taxonomy and from OGK, and there's a lot of PSG that's been uh, considered, and I also heard that Pertamina and PLN has tried to implement ESG concept
Pelaksanaan proyek.
in the project implementation,
Karena waktu sudah
and
habis, sudah diberi
because the time is over and we've been given a fire alarm, so we are truly sorry that we couldn't receive, we couldn't open the Q&A session. So we're truly sorry. But if there anyone wants to give any question for the ladies and gentlemen here, please, you could give it during the coffee break. So with all that, thank you Pak Zulfikar, Bu Kirana, and Pak Arjun. Thank you very much. Terima kasih karena tidak ada pertanyaan lanjut. Ya, mohon maaf atas keterbatasan waktunya. Ya, terima kasih sekali lagi atas waktunya. Ya, tetaplah untuk berkoneksi dengan kami agar kita bisa untuk enable rapid power sector transformation di Indonesia. Ya, para hadirin, tepuk tangan untuk para panelis kita.
Terima kasih Bu Moderator dan para panelis.
Moderators and the panelists, please stay on the stage because there's going to be a group photo session.
Oh ya, kalau pakai kepastian makanya certainty, assurance lebih kayak jaminan asuransi.
Biasanya ngomongnya insurance, jadi agak-agak mungkin mirip juga insurance.
Insurance lebihnya umum lagi.
Iya. Ya kepikirannya itu tadi.
Iya, iya, nggak apa-apa, it's okay.
Boleh sedikit ke depan?
Can you please move forward a bit?
Oke, kamera siap. 1.
Camera ready? 3.
Juga Pak Arjunnya mungkin.
Can you please also show Pak Arjun?
Halo Arjun, are you still there? Can you please turn on?
Halo Pak Arjun, apakah Anda
Hello,
No?
hi.
Ya, hai.
I'm here.
Okay, can you turn on the camera, please? So we
Yes,
can have
my
a good
camera,
picture together. Okay, thank
my
you.
camera is on.
Bisa nggak dua peserta gitu?
Oke, satu, dua. Berikan senyum terbaiknya. Satu, dua, sekali lagi.
2, 1. All right, thank you so much. So please, the panelists and the moderators, can you please return to your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, we're going to have a coffee break for 5 minutes. So you're allowed to enjoy the food and beverages that's being provided in the for your boardrooms folder. We'll come back again on the next 15 minutes. Thank you. On 11 a.m. Thank you.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku gak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku gak ngerti maksudnya, sampai akhirnya bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatan. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan. Saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Bapak Ibu diharapkan untuk bisa kembali masuk ke dalam ruangan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon start the next session. Thank you.
Return to the ballroom now or else.
Let me see.
Bapak Ibu sambil kita menikmati
Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your coffee breaks next into the ballroom, and we will continue to the next panel discussion, enabling the non-utility actors for participating in the energy transition, which will be moderated by Ibu Marta Jessica Mendrova as a social economic analyst from Institute for Essential Services Reform. Without further ado,
Cek. Baik, selamat siang Bapak Ibu.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. No one responded. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a critical time because we're a bit hungry, but we have to start a new session with a new topic. And Elena, the previous moderator, have given her limerick, and of course I have my own. I will have my own limerick. Please respond. I will, meaning I'm Marta. I will be your moderator in this participatory transition with multi-actors. Thank you.
Baik, saya dengan senang hati akan memoderatori
I will be your moderator,
menjadi sesi yang
and I think this will be a most fun session because we will invite them all and they will attend, and we'll have 5 panelists in this session.
sesi ini saya izin
Allow me, I will use this in Indonesian. For those of you requires interpretation, you can contact the event organizer to request for the interpreting device.
the session will be completely in Indonesia.
Sesi ini akan dilakukan
Need the English English interpretations, please access it to the back at the event organizer. Dan yang online juga bisa langsung mengakses sesi ini dalam versi
also
bahasa
access it in the English version.
Baik, sebelum saya mulai,
Before I start,
menjelaskan
I will try to explain the flow of our session because we have 5 panelists.
panggil satu persatu Bapak.
I will invite the panelists one by one, and the participants, please welcome with a big round of applause. And then I will give a general question to each panelist, and they will give response within around 15 to 20 minutes per person.
Akan buka sesi
And then we'll open the Q&A session
offline participation
for the online and offline participants.
secara online ataupun
So those of you attending online and offline, you may prepare your best questions.
seperti itu. Jadi tanpa berlama-lama lagi,
So without further ado, I will start to invite our panelists.
dengan hormat Bapak
Okay.
panelis, karena kebetulan Bapak-bapak semua
So
hadir
the panels will all be gentlemen.
di depan sini bangku yang telah kami
You may Please approach the stage. The first one is Dr. Iswandi, head of the subnational, head of the regional development planning. Next, Mr. Muhammad Iqbal, President Director of PT Jateng Petro Energy. Please approach the stage. Next, Mr. Adresman, Manager Business Development Renewable Energy from PT Pertamina New and Renewable Energy. Fourth panelist is Mr. Nur Mauji, Power System Expert in Business-to-Business Energy Procurement. Please approach the stage. And the fifth one, Mr. Hari Wibawa, Head of Economic and Development Finance. How are you, sir? Before I give my question, I will give a little bit of background of this session, where, as you know, to achieve net zero emission in 2060, Indonesia requires many financing and investment. Various experts say that even up to $1 trillion or even 25 to 40 billion US dollars per year. And to achieve that, not only the central government, not only certain actors that needs to be empowered, but all actors starting from the subnational government, businessmen, and local institutions need to be boosted and empowered to achieve the targets. And here, as you all know, we invite all the panelists from various backgrounds. There's one from a local institution, from the subnational government, and the experts and businessmen who has knowledge on the scalability of the renewable energy business and can give us ideas and an overview on the project scale on the existing one, learning materials, and how is the trend in the future. The first step that we can do in order to empower various actors is by sharing experience and learnings on the existing projects, existing program in each actors, and the expectation and how we can build awareness and capacity for all actors, including local actors. So in this session, I, as the moderator, will try to give several questions, and hopefully we can all quantify the ideas and what involvement can we optimize as people who deal with energy transition. So that's the context, sir. That's my introduction. Now I will give my first question to Mr. Iswandi. You, as the head of the Subnational Development Planning Agency, or BAPEDA, of Nusa Tenggara, who has a great optimism to achieve net zero emission. I would like to know how far the existing targets or the progress of the NRE potentials in the West Nusa Tenggara, or if there's challenges, what challenges are faced? Please, sir, the time is yours. Thank you, Ms. Marta. In the name of God, the Almighty, may peace and blessings be upon us. Good afternoon, a warm welcome to all of us. I'm happy to be in this distinguished forum I, from the West Nusa Tenggara province, is allowed to share information related to the commitment to achieve net zero emission. Thank God, NTB is one of the province that has a commitment in implementing the energy transition, where in 2022, NTB is one of the best province in the subnational level in optimizing the use of NRE. Also, NTB province is the best three or the third best in the most accelerated in implementing the energy plan. With this commitment, we in the province of West Nusa Tenggara have the agenda to implement net zero emission to be more advanced, 10 years from the national target. So it's a form of optimism. In 2020, at least the provision of NRE was estimated at 11.2% in all sectors. In 2030, we expect at least we can improve to be 60% in the Lombok network. And 20% of the motor vehicles will use the renewable energy. So we hope there will be emission reduction around 20%. And in 2040, our roadmap have determined that it's 100% renewable energy in the NTB network. This means that we really rely on the readiness of PLN. I will later tell you how PLN have done co-firing steps in order to implement this agenda. So 40% from stock mobile, and we hope they will use the RE at the reduction of emission by the year 2040 is by 60%. And in 2050, we hope that in all sectors, we already have net zero emission. This is the roadmap that is made by the provincial government to also become a strategy for the subnational government to boost and invite all parties to use the potential of NRE that we have in abundance in NTB. So the overview of utilization of NRE in NTB, we are supported with various parties. For example, we already have a collaboration with ICLEI and the Denmark government in formulating the roadmap for the net zero emission in 2050. This is already in the process of public and also from the government. The final draft has been presented. And there are many other grants from other countries such as UK and the development support for the solar power plant. There are many involvement of other parties. The total utilization of NRE in the data that we presented, all that has been realized is 40.19 megawatt. This is the data from various forms. This is what we can present, and especially in Lombok, from the map, you can see in the map is the spread almost all areas have the potential of the spread of new and renewable energy. This is what makes us more optimistic in making the roadmap than faster than the agenda determined by the government, with hope that there are many parties that will collaborate. To be more concrete, I can say that the potential that we have are variable. We have the sea, water power plant, wind power plant, biomass power plant, micro hydro power plant, and also earth. Yeah, and in the law and in Dompu, all will use the geothermal to supply the mining needs in the one that is underground in Dompu. This can be implemented with a close collaboration with PLN. As we know, all NRE are very much related with the readiness of PLN in utilizing the NRE. And the strategy that we use to implement this, we have the Green Booster and the program of 1 million solar power plant and the conversion of the electric vehicles. To actualize these various potentials, we need investments. All this time, from the existing potentials, the challenges that we have is the transformation in PLN to shift to NRE. It depends on the roadmap determined by PLN. So some who are ready and being surveyed and there are studies, but if PLN have not signed it, so this is where the challenge remains. So to implement this transformation or to execute this transformation, it is determined by the readiness of PLN. Also, we in the subnational level, to accelerate this process, we continue to improve our subnational budget in preparing various facilities that is utilizing NRE. And therefore, the most important in the effort to the use of NRE is we need to boost the investment of the private sector. And for us in NTB, with these huge potentials, it is determined by the success of this investment. And the challenges on the financing is the investment that is needed, that is high, and the investment is long term and is limited. The financial institutions are still limited who are willing to be involved directly. Also, the tariff of the PPA with PLN is also still very low.
And obviously, it's also is what we need is where the requirement is pretty high. So this is where, with all of these issues, so the investment for this RREs in the subnational and the regional has become relatively delayed. So in this discussion, we could see the bigger chances, and it is needed to realize energy transition. So we could give several inputs and then solution and how to accelerate investment on regional with very high NRE potential. Yes, thank you. Peace be upon you all. Okay, thank you. It's very interesting. So maybe I could give additional question. Please let me move to the Bapak Hari Bibawa as a Bapeda of South Sulawesi. So like we've known, that's different from West Nusa Tenggara, that South Sumatra is a coal production. So how is the development or the progress of the renewable energy in South Sumatra, and what is the challenges involved in this funding and everything else? So, peace be upon you all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, thank you. So, if you look at Sumsel, look at South Sumatra, if we look at the bigger or the overall. So, in terms of GRDP, so South Sulawesi is being contributed on gas mining and coal. So it's like 60% of the coal. So if you look at the role of South Sumatra Sol, and then the reserve for the coal on South Sumatra, it needs around like 20% of the national reserve. We also have oil, and I want to be spent on 30 hours, 30 years. So I think in this, so we're still at the top, but then we are forced to go down. So this is where we could see and how South Sumatra can handle this renewable energy. And this is what I've said. So this is South Sumatra who has the average coal and gas mining. We also have a geothermal. It's pretty big. It's around 1,035 million megawatt. So this is our renewable NRE potential in South Sumatra. So only 4.3% is only installed. As for wind, we don't have one. So we already started on bioenergy, which is from coconut power plant. So we are one of the bigger production here. So we could use it as the NRE. But now the scale is only for 4 megawatts. And of course, we also have water, as in micro hydro, and also solar. So during Asian Games, we have a help from ICEF, which are 2 hectares for the solar implementation. And we also have geothermal has been assisted on Waraminim with 146.2 megawatts from the geothermal. This is our power plant in North Sumatra. So the total of 1,200 is actually produced by coal-powered power plant, coal-fuel power plant. So it needs to be retired as soon as possible. And also in the next semester, we started the operation to create 2.6 megawatt. So it will be times 2 for the production. So this is also given to all of Sumatra, maybe also given to Malaysia. As for the NRE, it's still pretty small, so we could see. So we have all of them, but except of wind, but the scale is still small, and it's not massive. It's not mass produced yet. So in the next future, in 2030, we need to start to reduce around 30% of our emission. So we need to reduce the production of coal. So the impact of this program on KPTG 30, the 30th KPTG. So we usually produce around 50 million per year of coal. So for this mining, it's been increased like almost 100 million, because now all the mining company has forced themselves to maximize their coal potential. So it's a lot more massive, and the mining has even more expanded. So this is a double-edged knife or sword. So this is our strategy on to create a local ecosystem. So what's important here is that so everything related to the subnational government will be put into the planning document. So and and all the regencies and the cities and the province has tried to has create a subnational long-term plan. So this is an honorary project and wants to enter into subnational plan. So this also discussed quite a long time. We also and we also helped by other NGOs. They predict that the stagings or the phases for the next 20 years for the from the coal-powered energy to NRE. And the second is also needs to be entered into the 5-year planning. So we should also put on the 5-year planning. So we're going to reach the RTKD or the subnational workforce plan. And then the first one is from the is to create to enforce the capacity of stakeholders. So there's a formal and informal, and then there's the companies, and then the government, and there's a non-tripartite. So it's like women or journalists, government. So this first stage, and then we also formulate the policy and then the planning of just economic transformation. So we also prepare it when that say subnational or regional has no longer become a coal producer, but also become a new national source. And then the third, we try to transform the regional economy. So the on 70 of code of cities in South Sumatra, 14 of them are producers of coal. So we could see how the development of this regional planning can slowly transition from a coal-based sources can develop other sectors. So for the NRE and other green energies, so we need to improve the upscale, the competency of the public or the community. So how can we mitigate for the impacts of the energy transition? So the first one is about the transformative regional economy planning. So we also need to involve the city government. So when we could start the transition, we should talk about the green activity outside of the mining. So we could study and if we could continue their livelihood after the sector has go down. So for example, the farmers most of them are farmers. I mean gardeners. So then the garden has been bought by the coal. So they get a lot of money at first, but then 2 to 3 years later, it's being spent. All of them are spent because they don't put those money on the productive economic sector. So these are our roles where we're going to go on the field and we could see where the community, how the community could handle the economy. And third one is the support or empowerment for the affected workers and community. So all the sources of these fundings need to be dig even deeper. So we could empower the community, and then also for the funding of decarbonization. So we could see if after the mining is closed, we still could claim accessibility of the carbon funding for the people around the mining. So we're still searching for the best practice for the Sawaruntu. So after we closed it on the early 2020, so after for 10 years, the economy has been minus. So the impact is absolutely incredible because almost the same as our place, because our dependency on coal is very high. So in this case, we try to anticipate and how that impact won't be a long-term impact until, for example, 2 decades. So this is our issues or our GDRP is from coal. So it's like 4% is actually from mineral and coal. So if this one is over, so if this fund is over, the impact is going to be incredible. So the workforce is 1.2, but then the impact is going to be pretty big because their contribution is very high on the GDRP. And of course, for power, for electricity, we have around 14 coal fuel power plant. And South Sumatra is the producer for the Sumatra. It's not our problem, it's also a national problem because if phases wise this CFPP is going to be retired, it's an issue of whether or not the replacement will be ready. So of course, so our exports going to go down and also going to impact it on our national budget or national revenue. And then of course, workplaces also reduced and also job migration. So all of the miners actually come from Java and outside of from Sumatra because the local workforce or the local communities, they don't really work on the mining, so they usually work as the truck drivers or maybe they use other public transportation. So this is our issues or our so the gas reserve is still abundant. So we are forced to use NRE. So what can we do for all this abundance coal and gas reserve? So this is quite a massive challenge for us. So of course the investment value for the NRE power plant is pretty big. It's pretty expensive or pretty big. So we need to find what's the solution here. And the third one is that the coal is still dominating the power plant sector because most of the power plant in South Sumatra is still using coal fuel power plant because so why are we going to use all of these reserve coal? And then once again, because South Sumatra also have a clean energy potential in form of gas. And this is also used for power or electricity and can compete with coal, but its effective usage is still takes quite a long time. So this is all the four challenges that South Sumatra faces. So especially when we try to transition into an NRE. I think that's all I could convey. Thank you so much. Peace be upon you all. Okay, thank you, Pak Hari, for the presentation. Yes, answered our question. So allow me to move to Muhammad Iqbal, Pak Muhammad Iqbal from PT Jateng Petro Energy. We have listened from the two responses from two subnational government about the challenges and issues on the NRE development and the energy transition from its regional. So Jateng Petro Energy as one of the regional or subnational owned enterprise, and how about the capital and how the capital can achieve the targets from the subnational and national government about this energy transition, and how about the ecosystem or acceleration that could be optimized so as entity as institution can make sure that for the investment of energy transition. Those two questions, please. Thank you for the.
May peace and blessings be upon us. Good afternoon. A warm welcome. Allow me to explain with my presentation first. I would like to introduce Jateng Energy is a regional owned company and 100% owned by the provincial government of Central Java. So before we do an energy transformation, we established through a subsidiary along with Exxon and Cepu and three other regional owned enterprises. Where we manage the largest block in Indonesia, we produce up to 120, but now it's reducing up to 160 barrel per day, and it's the cheapest block. The operational is only $2. Even if the oil price is reduced, we still earn something. In the year, if let's say in the past, in early 2006, our reserve is only 451 million barrels. But now, findings continue to increase, and in 27, increase to 725 and 480, and the last one is 491 million barrels. And now Exxon is expanding to have more reserve. Since the establishment of Japan, because we received direction from Mr. Ganjar to capture opportunity in Central Java. So in November 2020, we were established. From there, we start to do energy transformation from black energy or fossil energy. We bridge to blue energy. Blue energy that we have is CNG, or fossil energy, that is environmentally friendly. Those who are from the chemistry, you understand it's the most perfect one. So we collaborate with PGN and other subsidiary of PGN. Last week, we just signed another MOU with PGN Group for the development of the distribution pipe to Kendal. And hopefully by the end of this month, will be inaugurated by the ministry. So Central Java right now, that position, we have built a transmission pipe from Semarang to Batang, from Kendal to the industrial area in Kendal. And God's willing, this will accelerate the multiplier effect for the economic growth in Central Java. This is what people have been waiting for, that especially the environmental friendly energy. The rest we still distribute through GTM or CNG because we have no pipe yet. We also collaborate to move from blue energy to green energy. Since 2021, early 2021, we collaborate with IESR, a think tank institution, and we collaborate with Agra Surya to build in one of the hospital in Amino Kami in Central Java. Is a hospital RSGD Amino, the one inaugurated by Mr. Ganjar. And based on the policy of the acceleration of RE from the Java province, we already have the electricity plan with the regular number 29 of 2021 related to the appointment of the accession of the regional energy to support their participation, and the government regulation related to the action plan, regional action plan related to the reduction of greenhouse gas emission. From the negative side, Central Java, the electricity is oversupply, so the solar power plant is mostly with the fossil fuel, and this becomes an obstacle. So the rapid deployment process for the RE have the challenge. Of course, there can be missed employment. And other challenges, there's still a subsidy to the fuel, and fossil industry in the transition should also be managed, so there won't be any gap which is endangering the energy security. And the directions of the EBT policy in Central Java, we have built several solar power plants, starting from hospital, and we collaborate with the regional OE and also with Angkasa Pura I to build the solar power plant in the airport. And in the other areas, we also try to use water through the micro hydro power plant. We also involve the role of the community by the potentials in the Central Java, especially for the digester of biogas, and also from cello gas. And we also collaborate with all stakeholders, especially with the provincial government, SKPD, as regional-owned enterprise, and others. And this is development of infrastructure of NRE since 2014 to 2022. We have built a digester biogas, 356 units for 6,000 head of families. And biocellular gas, 10 units for 450 families. And rooftop solar for 512 units for 23,000 kilowatt per hour. We revitalize the micro hydro for 11 units. And for the access of the NRE, we also outreach those who does not have electricity in the small villages by using NRE. And we also educate the community for the use of alternative energy in each villages. And the development of energy conservation. So the existing condition up to 2023, we have 2,369 energy independent villages. Here is our target of the national energy mix by that in 2025, 23%. And here is the target for the subnational energy plan. You can see from the data since 2020 to 2021. Thank God, our NRE target energy mix is achieved. And in 2022, it's achieved of the NRE mix as 11.76%, which is above the national energy mix. And we gradually increase, and hopefully by 2023, our target of 21.3% can be achieved. So this is a brief before we transform to blue energy. We with Exxon, we manage Block Cepu in Banyu Urip, Bojonegoro. We also have several area in Alas Kemuning, Mura, and WS Blora. This is our transition from black fossil to blue energy. To the natural gas with PGN Group, we with the subsidiary to Gas Energy, we collaborate with Niaga Gas, PNG, to the suburb areas, replacing LPG and fuel, solar fuel, which contributes emissions. We have a management company for asphalt mixing plant. We have 7. And before they were using solar and or diesel, and so far there are no more complaints. So the natural gas is more improving, and the price is also cheaper. And this is the pipe that we built with PGN, going to the industrial area in Kendal, and by the end of this month, hopefully we can commission that and will be inaugurated by the minister. This is our strengthening with our partners. Maybe the committee can share the video. So this is an example of our solar power plant that we built in the Amino Hospital. And we have 11 dams for the floating solar power plant. We also collaborate with Anthony in developing, strengthening the ecosystem for the SPKLU, carbon trade, and support e-catalog, and solar partnership, and creating green jobs, and establish a solar partnership in Central Java, and improving the competence for entrepreneurs. Can I have the video played, please? My apologies. I cannot present the video. A very comprehensive response from Mr. Iqbal. So if the video is ready, maybe you can play the video if you still have time. Allow me to continue to Mr. Adris Mantahar from PT Pertamina Renewable Energy. So you explained from the subnational government and the subnational owned enterprise. So how do you see the investment potentials in NRE in Indonesia? And we know that there are many collaborations to start new businesses in Pertamina and its partners. So how is the progress? Are there any challenges in the partnership? So those two questions, sir. Go ahead. Thank you, Miss Marta. Allow me to stand up. May peace and blessings be upon us. Allow me to stand on this side. Okay, Mr. Hari, we had 2.25 megawatt build of solar power plant in Kirang Pelaju, which has just been inaugurated last Monday. It's not included yet. To answer your question, Ms. Mata, we are talking about two ideas, Pertamina and energy transition. So I try to explain these two ideas in several slides that I have. First, Pertamina in welcoming energy transition, we are committed by preparing one new subholding, the sixth subholding. So before this sixth subholding, Pertamina has 5 subholding, and which basically handle conventional business of Pertamina. The upstream, downstream, the refinery, in gas, field trading, and shipping. Pertamina established in 2021 in the year 2020, a new subholding called Pertamina New and Renewable Energy. It's a name that it's completely translate the commitment and ambition of Pertamina to transfer to the energy transition in Indonesia. Next.
Okay. So this is how we translate of our energy transition commitment to the agenda. So there's two big agenda here. So it's the initiative, Pertamina strategic initiative. So our existing business and how can we create a decarbonization concept. So we could see here there are several ideas that are more detailed and more detailed planning. There's energy efficiency, green power generation, and how all those flaring can be reduced and methane leakage can be reduced and other things, including and what's being trending right now is carbon capture and storage. This for the second strategic initiative is to build new business that for so long has been talked about. Wait, Pertamina is still controlling oil and gas, and this is why we build this new business. We talk about renewable. We created solar power plant, biogas, and we also see as a new wind and tidal. And we also have studies on waste, municipal solid waste. We also have, we also entered into the electrical vehicle business. We also have green hydrogen. We also have nature-based carbon. Maybe for all of you who have been talking or been delve deep into the carbon-based forestry, Pertamina, Pertamina has also been playing around in the forestry, uh, and then battery business, biofuels, and we also set up carbon trading carbon trading arms in Pertamina. So a bit more detail here. We have six big agenda or dreams that Pertamina wants to achieve in the net zero emission in 2060. The first of all is on biofuels. We have a target of around 200 200,000 kilos per barrels. Others hydrogen vegetable oils. And the renewables, it combines all kinds of renewables. We have a target of 60 gigawatt. So hopefully we could secure around 50% of market shares. And then another idea that is really being chased on the is being trying to achieve on the upstream side, where we could achieve 6 million ton of ton per year of CCS, and then the battery and electric vehicle business. We target around, or we have a dream to achieve around 80 gigawatt per hour battery with a charging station around 1.5 terawatt per hours, and then a hydrogen production, either for blue or green hydrogen, but we're focusing more on green hydrogen. I think we'll go around 3 million ton per year, and for business carbon, or carbon business. So Pertamina will be diving into carbon business. So we're targeting on carbon credit that could be generated in 2030 is around 20 million ton of CO2 in 2030. This is the Pertamina streams. And what do you have right now? So I want to show on what we've been working on on the Pertamina's new renewable energy, or PNRE. As you can see, we have a geothermal power plant here, 670 megawatt as a gas to power. So it's going to be, hopefully, thank God, we could implement it. It's going to be the biggest gas powered power plant. It's about 1,080 megawatt. We have a solar power plant. They will be captive for Pertamina. We build it on all kinds of Pertamina facilities, on the upstream, on the refinery, on the fuel stations. So with the variety of capacities, the biggest one is going to be a Rockam is on 25 megawatts, and even the small ones around 3 kilowatt. We still build it on those fuel stations. So more or less, we have around like 15 megawatts of peak capacity of solar power plant. We also build it on several SOEs, but also on private sector. But right now, we're focusing on how can we build a solar energy Pertamina, solar energy focused Pertamina. So we have biogas based on palm oil meta effluent. It's from waste from the coconuts. It's around 0.4 megawatt. It's on North Sumatra. We also have a battery, or SPKLU. I think that's all that I could convey on how Pertamina address these energy transition challenges, from the concept and commitment and what I've been actually doing right now. That's all I could convey for now. Thank you. So please let me allow to sit again. No, thank you, Bapak Desmantahar, for the response. So there's quite a lot of there's quite a lot of specific question here, but maybe we could return back again if we have more time. So I'm going to move to Bapak Nur Pamuji as a power system expert on how do you see the existing policies or maybe on the environment, the existing environment in Indonesia. Have they able to support on the business partners and the transition, and have they can they allow to a beneficial a mutual beneficial partnership? So I think that's the question for now, please. Yes, thank you, Martha. So good afternoon, peace be upon you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests, so I want to start the presentation with a success story that's been done by the government, which is the trend of rooftop PV in Indonesia, done by both the government, from the government colleagues, but also from the corporate side. So in the previous session, we also heard or mentioned about one of the activists, Pak Anthony, who also put a lot of rooftop PV on a lot of places. So this is a success story here. So maybe if you talk about 5 years ago, there's no one corporation that put rooftop PV, but now so many of them, so many. Why? Because there's a government policies that allowed these corporations or these companies to put rooftop PV with any means necessary. Maybe with business arrangements that fit for that company or corporation. What this means, so corporations could reduce their carbon footprint by installing rooftop PV on their buildings rooftops, on the rooftops. So this is one of the success stories that we need to develop even further. So I want to convey here is the continuation of that success story. So it's not about limited to the solar power plant or solar energy, but also on mini hydro. So mini hydro in Indonesia, there's a lot of potential of mini hydro in Indonesia. For example, Java Island around the southern side, or maybe in Central Java around the border of West Java to Bantul and the border of East Java. And that's mainly where the mini hydro potential. And for South Sumatra and Bukit Barisan, there's also a lot of potential there. And I think the entire of Sumatra is also had the potential. So about mini hydro, if I'm not mistaken, it's about mini hydro power plant, if I'm not mistaken. So mini hydro is almost dependent on the PLN because it's on the PLN's business. Even though PLN themselves also have the limitation on buying or investing in mini hydro because their budget is being limited because the government regulation on the limit or the threshold on the mini hydro price, if I'm mistaken, it's a 7.2 cent dollar US dollars. So if the price is above there, so PLN couldn't buy them. That's why. So the money hydro potential with the prices above that, well, what's going to happen for them? Or maybe even now the practice to become a mini hydro power plant there's quite a lot of queue and mini hydro development. So the corporation that wants, look at the right side there. So the corporation that want to reduce their carbon footprint can develop mini hydro on the mountain side. So even though it's quite far, but that's the concept here. If we learn about the Geo protocol, so it's similar to CSMD. So people want to reduce actually exude the carbons to the atmosphere. We could compensate by developing green energy on the other side, on the other places. So this is pretty similar here. So there's an industry on the northern coastal places in Java or maybe in Tegal or in Batang, in Demak. So there's no many hydros around there, right? I think except for Tegal, I think there's a mini hydro near their mountains in Demak and Semarang. There's no mini hydros in Demak and Semarang. So they could develop a mini hydro around Bantul or Banyumas, for example, or Wakerto too. So there's a lot of mini hydros on the middle part of the central government or the mountain side of the central Java. So mini hydro management has been developed by these corporations can be calculated, can be considered as a reduction of carbon footprint from the corporations who wants to reduce their carbon footprints. So there's a so those corporation logos is actually just an example. So just we could capture or understand the concept easier. So there's a dedicated group like a United Tractor, let's say UT for example has an who assembly at Karawang for example of heavy equipment, and they want to develop mini hydro and Garut for example. And mini hydro that's built on Garut is will counted as the reduction of carbon footprint for the factories on Karawang. And then second concept, and there's one mini hydro that could serve two corporations, one from UT and then one to GRP, for example, and that could also be possible. And then the second concept is one mini hydro that serve a corporation that one temporary corporation like H&M, for example. So it won't be around in one place for so long because so all clothing and then a shoe factories they don't make loan because they ordered one factory. I want a shoe of this type, and then the mark's going to be, and then the models like this and the color like this, and then send around 1,000 of them. Then they accept it on in the global market. So they didn't have to create their own power plant there. So maybe it's the same for Reebok or Nike or other brands, as long as the spec is like Nike or like Reebok. So this is where the term is not that long. So maybe like after 5 years they will go outside of Indonesia. And as for the mini hydro that got contracted, what's going to happen for the contracted? And there's no way mini hydro is going to be contracted for only 5 years. So that's why in the middle there, I pointed out that for the CSRM market operator, there's going to give the switch for the mini hydro replacement. For example, the mini hydro that serve H&M, and example that the H&M moved to Bangladesh and then going to be switched to Coca-Cola, for example. So there's a middle portion that could be, they will do the switching just in case that the the mini hydro consumers, but consumers that doesn't have a long-term plan. So it's going to exist in Indonesia in around like 10 years. I think it's around 50 years. For example, GRP is almost on 10 years and UT is almost 50 years. You could also say that this too is a national asset, and this could contracted with a mini hydro for around 20 years. So with these methods, there's a lot of benefits that we could achieve. For example, so the government can increase the commitment to increase the renewable portions, but then from the government also doesn't need to spend any money, because the ones who spend any money is the corporation. It's the same as rooftop PV. So if you look at the amount of portion rooftop PV increase, the one that's handling all the money is the corporation. And it's about the energy mix. When it's increased, let's say that the energy mix increases, but then the PLN doesn't even need to spend any money. It's the same with rooftop PV. PLN doesn't need to spend any single cent, but the electricity or the power portion from the solar also increases in Indonesia. That's why power created by a mini hydro will increases, yet PLN doesn't need to spend a single cent. So the corporation is very has a lot of interest in they export it to the Europe or maybe for the North America. They're going to check the carbon footprint is going to be checked. If it's less than than a certain percentage, they won't receive a carbon tax of cross border. They will they will make their product prices will not be as competitive anymore. That's why through this method, corporations can reduce their carbon footprint from the products that's going to export to other countries.
And then the other one is the benefits for the left side. The mini hydros developers who in the past have to wait in line to be purchased by PLN, now they can offer it to corporation. The same like rooftop PV. Now we have many businessmen of rooftop PVs who do not need to wait in line to sell their electricity to PLN, but they can offer directly to corporations to purchase rooftop PVs. So mini hydros will be the same. They can offer directly to corporations. So the concept is exactly the same with rooftop PV. That's why in the regulation, the one that we use would be the same as the one that is applicable for rooftop PV. It doesn't need a change in the regulation. Maybe we can need a minister's decree or a regulation related to the carbon market. And the next one, the one below, the blue colored ones, is the exchange of value, how we calculate the value of the electricity developed in the mountains, in the mini hydros, with electricity, the one on the right side below, the one consumed by corporations in the industrial area. The one on the left side, it's easy to calculate. How much is the price of the electricity in the mountains is sold by PLN and added with the subsidy, because the PLN, when they sold to the community in the mountains, they receive a subsidy from the government. So the selling price to the community in the village plus the subsidy received by PLN for customers in the mountainous. And on the right side is the price, purchasing price of electricity from PLN for the industry or industry tariff. That's the value of the right side in the corporation. If we try to look at the exchange, there has to be a balance with the one on the left and the right. So if the companies in the right wants to reduce their carbon equivalent with a certain amount of kilograms or certain amount tons of carbon, they will convert if it becomes electricity, how many kilowatt hour. And if the kilowatt hour is transferred into electricity in the villages or mountainous, we find out how much is the value. So we have to find the equivalent. The big concept, as the question from the moderator, how is the regulation? So my answer, let us develop further a regulation that is currently implemented for rooftop PV. We can develop it further for mini hydro. With the with the grounds of things are the same with rooftop. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Mujib. It's a very rich content, and I learned a lot from all of the speakers here, starting from the regional-owned enterprise, the region, subnational government. But now I will give opportunity to the audience, both offline and online. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. And for our panelists in the, attending in this room, we still have 10 minutes, maybe just one or two questions. The one from the venue?
Sudah cukup, ya. Okay, I think please.
Mohon maaf, saya akan bertanya dalam bahasa Inggris. Nama saya Laksmi. Terima
For the various points that have been raised, both from a provincial, regional perspective, and also from the state-owned enterprise perspective. My question is to the provincial governments here, and especially there are very different challenges for coal regions and for non-coal regions. The planning has to be quite different, the local context is different. I'm also wondering for the non-coal regions in West Nusa Tenggara, Doctor, you presented all of the potential on the renewable energy side. My question is, how do you plan for the, and you come from Bapeda, so how do you plan for the socio-economic development in parallel with the renewable energy potential development, and in more concrete ways? Like, do you do mapping of areas that have high inequality that need to be developed? Do you also map out what are the technical vocational training institutions that need to be involved in the renewable energy development? Areas of high poverty that also need to be developed in different ways, and a mix of both utility scale as well as decentralized energy. So it's more to understand the process of how you conduct the socio-economic planning aligned with the energy potential utilization. Thank you.
Oke, baik. Mungkin saya thank you Laksmi for your questions. Saya rangkum sedikit Bapak. Jadi Laksmi dari UNEP.
So Laksmi from UNEP asked to the provincial government in this panel, because there are two local contexts dari daerah yang menghasilkan batu bara dan yang bukan. Yang pertama adalah NTB dan Sumsel. Perencanaan Bapeda ke depannya bagaimana to adjust with the planning of the social economic in relation with the development of NRE in this area. So these two contexts, planning and adjustment that is already being planned in your area. Maybe I will start from Mr. Hari. Thank you. I will use Indonesian. So we always look at two sides, the one that is directly impacted and the community in the surrounding of the mining area. For those directly impacted are the comers, the workers that comes in. So we leave it to the employers. But for those residing surrounding the miners, before they work for plantations, so then we return them to their previous occupation, but it's difficult because ex-mining area is destroyed, is destructed for them to farm something. So our future plan, we already have a model which we plan with the planning of the provincial to the district level, so that it is aligned with the offices in the regional. And this involves the human resources also. And this is done simultaneously. And this is also supported by NGOs, because financially, they don't have many yet. We are not focused yet for the economic transition. It's still a long term, but we have prepared people surrounding in the mining that they are trained. So first they need to be aware first. that in the future they won't be able to earn anything from these mines. And then we try to train them and to see what alternative jobs they can get. So that's from me. Thank you. From NTB, go ahead. Thank you. There's different characteristics such as South Sumatra and NTB. In South Sumatra, the fossil energy, they are in abundance. And it has not been exploited yet. So this is a potential. Different with us in NTB. Fossil energy comes from outside. So for us to utilize this NRE in NTB, we hope PLN will start to reduce the use of fossil because when we develop green economy and circular economy, then but we know that the issue is investment of PLN of land. You just started, right? Yeah. So you have not received the ROI yet. So from the regional government side, with the potential of the NRE based on survey is in abundance, so we want PLN to prepare the co-firing process, which is more accelerated. Therefore, the biomass energy, water energy, hydro energy, wind energy can also be a potential that will drive the economy in the future. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Iswandi from NTB. Lakshmi, is it clear enough? If you have further response, maybe you can do it outside this forum. We still have time, 7 more minutes. So if you have anyone have additional questions, both online and offline. Good afternoon. I'm Chitra from JETP Indonesia. Thank you to all the presenters for the materials. I would like to ask, maybe between the regional governor from South Sumatra and NTB, you mentioned that there is the royalty from coal, which can be contributed to the just energy transition. Can you please elaborate what have been done in using that budget? Is it already planned or is it already ongoing for the utilization of the DBH of Batara or the profit sharing of coal? And in NTB, I don't know if there are fossil energy existing in NTB. So is the conversion of the profit sharing funds is also used? And related to the PLN, there was a challenge in the plan. So how far is the discussion process and the negotiation so that PLN have more opportunities in NTB? Thank you. Go ahead, sir, to give response the question to Mbak Citra.
So from the coal fuel power plant, so it's already blended, right? So it's different from maybe from the recent ones. So it's already a different. So when they enter the sharing funds, it's already blended. So it's usually used for infrastructure here, infrastructure for the roadworks, because the impact of the trucks that carries this coal is pretty destructive on the roads. So that's the biggest impact here. As for the EPT, as for the NRE, so it's not really has been on the budget yet because it's once again it's on the authorities because on the provincial government have their own level of authorities for the NREs. So you need to make sure that how can NRE can be increased in the South Sumatra. That's my answer. Thank you. Related to the West Nusa Tenggara, to supply the transition from coal to NRE, where there's a clash on prices here. They are still we're still very low here. So this is the cause. This is the cause where the community in preparing the new renewable energy like biomass, for example, is pretty slow because there's a lack of response from the community to supply what can the PLN could provide. So what are the methods here? Because the PLN is whose policies is regulated nationally from the new renewable energy. There will be affirmative policies so the communities can be heard, so we could use the opportunity to prepare several needs that could substitute the fossil energies, for example the coal used by the PLN. So this is a pretty interesting step from PLN. Is we try to use a teaching or education or direct education to educate the communities and also to gather them, can gather their partners directly. And this is truly a show of a commitment from the PLN to execute this energy transition process because this is an economical problem. So to expand the scale of the community's involvement, well, it needs a lot of focus on the prices issue. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the response. With the remaining time, I also want to ask some question as well to the three of our panelists who's been delving into the business side, Nur Pamuji, Bapak Abis Manahar, and also Bapak Muhammad Hitbal. So, what are the support or the incentive that has to be done to accelerate of NRE interest in the work work on the workforce? So I think it's been represented as well, but maybe it's also conveyed all the incentive or support that could be given for the from the entrepreneurs or from the government side. Maybe Bapak Ibu Sumantro can give your opinion first or response first. Okay, thank you, Mbak Marta. So we could if you reflect on the experiences we have we have done for years in developing renewable energy in Pertamina. So there are several things here. That in one side, we have to be, we have to truly appreciate on what's been worked on by the government, the stakeholders, and etc. And there's always room for improvement and to accelerate this new renewable energy, but also on the regulation side, and how can the regulation or maybe all the details that we could push to create to accelerate new renewable energy and also the open non-PLN participation to because all the potentials shouldn't be gathered or been burdened on the PLN or maybe open on the SOE. And as for the regulation, we also talk about the regulation stability. And if we discuss this on with the financial institutions, they also have their own concerns on the regulation stability. The second point, obviously the commercial issues. That's well, if we discuss about the honestly, renewable energies is has been going better at least as on the commercial side. We've talked about solar power plant, we talk about biomass power plant, but the issue here is, so I think all the colleagues who are actually on the field will understand, or at least knew, that the renewable energy is forcefully compete with the coal fuel power plant prices or tariffs. Well, obviously, this can be this can be truly fair or just because coal fuel power plant has been developed for years, having received a lot of incentives and development support from the government and also other financial institutions, and have to compete face to face with the NREs. So this so it needs to be shown it needs to be shown on this incentive that's been shown here. And the third one, and I think allow me to say this, it's all about the permits. So there's a lot of permits in the subnational side where we experience a lot of situations where there's no difference in the permits when we try to push or boost renewable energy to the normal business. We talk about the land permits. So back then it's called PMB, and then there's other permits, and we need a lot of other breakthroughs in terms of permits. If I explained a lot, then Pak Nur will have the chance to talk. Pak Muji, please, it's your chance to talk. So there's this term of non-state actors where so that all the actors that doesn't have any connection with the government. For example, it's corporations. So like I've shown on my diagram, and then the growth of new renewable energy, the growth of NRE shouldn't depend on the or non-state actors. Well, all of us here are state actors from the government, and then the SOEs are state actors. For non-state actors, is what this means is that the corporations needs to be given opportunity to expand their fundings and their money to invest on renewable energy. So this potential or this opportunity needs to be given in the form of regulation. So if this is given access, then the additional of renewable energy will be improved even more. For example, once again, rooftop PV. Now, rooftop PV in Indonesia has grown fastly because of the roles of non-state actors. So we could just follow what's been going on rooftop PV, and then we could implement on the other aspects. And the purpose is same, is about to add NRE. And then Pak Iqbal, if you have any more, maybe a last additional things to say. And as you have a few additional information. So us from the subnationals, what become our main issue is on the economy, because our business actors, and because so for the acceleration of the solar power plant deployment, so we need a lot of economical improvement, especially the limitation from PLN. So if you could, so right now we're still limited around 15%. So there's a challenge here. So to reduce our economical prowess. And second one is all about the ease of access on dealing with carbon access or carbon credits. So these 2 points, if handled properly, will improve our field implementation economy. So please give a round of applause to our panelists for this session. So there's a lot of things that we could take, and I want to conclude that until now there's a lot of success stories in Indonesia that we could use as a lesson learned for all the involvement of actors from the business entities and actors from the subnational government and even the villages, but it still needs more boost and empowerment from the more detailed and technical regulations and also the permits and many other things that could be tailored to each potentials from each regionals and from each NREs. That's all I could conclude. And once again, a big round of applause for the panelists. So I will give the stage back to the MC. Yeah, thank you, moderators and the panelists. Please, another round of applause for the great gentleman in front of us. So please, stay on the stage because we still have a photo session. It's a truly exciting discussion, and once again, collaboration is key to achieve transition energy and to reach or to achieve net zero emission. Maybe Martha could stand on the middle, or maybe over there. Martha and the ladies, please. Camera, please. 3, 2, 1. Thank you once again. Another round of applause for ladies and gentlemen. Please return to, you are allowed to return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we have entered of the lunch, so we will do lunch break first. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the food and beverages provided in the ballroom's foyer. And for all of you who join through us online, because don't go anywhere because we're going to continue for the third session. And for those of you who wants to pray, it's going to a B1 floor and third floor. So we will meet again on 1:30. Enjoy the networking lunch.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya, sampai akhirnya bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan. Yuk, balik yuk.
Ayo deh. Keren ya? Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren. Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan, saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di akademitransisienergi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim Akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silahkan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas, kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas Akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas akademi transisi energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai Akademi Transisi Energi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya. Sampai akhirnya, bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan. Yuk, balik yuk.
Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan, saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di Akademi Transisi Energi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silakan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas, kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas akademi transisi energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai Akademi Transisi Energi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya. Sampai akhirnya, bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan.
Yuk, balik yuk. Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di Akademi Transisi Energi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim Akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silahkan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas. Kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas Akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas Akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas Akademi Transisi Energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai Akademi Transisi Energi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin Akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya. Sampai akhirnya, bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan.
Yuk, balik yuk. Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di Akademi Transisi Energi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim Akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silahkan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas. Kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas akademi transisi energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai Akademi Transisi Energi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya. Sampai akhirnya, bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan.
Yuk, balik yuk. Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di Akademi Transisi Energi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, Dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silakan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas, kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas akademi transisi energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai Akademi Transisi Energi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya. Sampai akhirnya, bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan.
Yuk, balik yuk. Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di akademitransisienergi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim Akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada Dasar-Dasar Transisi Energi, Peta Jalan Transisi Energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silahkan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas. Kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas Akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas Akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas Akademi Transisi Energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai akademitransisienergi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin Akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya, sampai akhirnya bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan.
Yuk, balik yuk. Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa depan.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di akademitransisienergi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website Akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim Akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silakan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas, kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas akademi yang sudah kalian pilih. Tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas akademi transisi energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai akademitransisienergi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Nama aku Bayu, dan ini pesta ulang tahunku yang ke-11. Dari dulu, aku nggak mengerti konsep memberi hadiah saat ulang tahun. Kenapa harus saat ulang tahun? Apa maksud dari hadiah itu sendiri? Kenapa bukan yang ulang tahun yang memberi hadiah? Aku nggak ngerti maksudnya. Sampai akhirnya, bumi memperlihatkan kepada aku hadiah yang terbesar, terindah, dan penuh makna. Hadiah dari alam. Alam dengan segala keindahan dan kekuatannya menghembuskan nafas dan menghadirkan energi kehidupan. Memberikan hadiah terindah bagi manusia berupa harapan.
Yuk, balik yuk. Ayo dek.
Keren ya?
Wah, iya dong. Pasti keren.
Oke anak-anak, ada yang tahu jawabannya?
Harapan yang kemudian berubah menjadi mimpi, dan mimpi menjadi pendorong dari segala tekad dan upaya, dapat menjadi hadiah kembali bagi orang lain. Ini masih aku, Bayu. Dan akhirnya, aku tiba di titik ini. Saat ini, aku dan teman-temanku sedang berlari. Karena kami ingin berada di barisan paling depan, saat manusia berhasil mengubah pemberian menjadi harapan. Dan harapan menjadi mimpi yang dapat terwujud untuk masa
Bapak
depan.
Ibu hadirin sekalian, waktu istirahat tersisa 5 menit lagi. Jadi bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di luar ruangan, kami persilakan untuk kembali memasuki ruangan karena acara akan dimulai 5 menit lagi. Terima kasih.
Halo, berikut ini adalah tutorial mendaftar, mengakses, dan belajar di akademitransisienergi.id. Ayo, ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Pertama, silahkan ketik Akademi Transisi Energi dari browser gadget atau laptop atau komputer kalian, atau langsung ketik akademi.transisienergi.id untuk langsung ke halaman website Akademi. Kedua, Silahkan pilih opsi daftar di menu bar website dan kemudian isi data sesuai kebutuhan dan klik daftar. Untuk login kembali setelah keluar dari website akademi, silahkan pilih opsi login di menu bar website, masukkan alamat email dan password yang sudah didaftarkan, pilih masuk, atau opsi lainnya bisa dengan pilih lanjut dengan Google dan pilih akun Google Anda. Ketiga, untuk pemilihan kelas yang sudah disediakan oleh tim akademi bisa diakses di menu bar semua kelas. Pilih kelas sesuai keinginan yang kalian ingin pelajari, dan pilihan kelas yang tersedia ada dasar-dasar transisi energi, peta jalan transisi energi Indonesia, dan pelatihan PLTS atap. Ketika kalian sudah tahu mau memilih kelas apa yang ingin dipelajari, silakan scroll informasi kelas sampai menemukan opsi keranjang untuk membeli kelas dan silakan ikuti langkah pembeliannya. Kemudian, pilih Go to Checkout untuk menyelesaikan transaksi pembelian kelas. Keempat, untuk mengikuti kelas yang sudah kalian pilih dan lakukan pembelian sebelumnya, silahkan klik akun profile icon orang di pojok kanan atas, kemudian klik kelas saya, dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Atau, kembali ke beranda website dengan klik logo Akademi Transisi Energi yang ada di pojok kiri atas, kemudian scroll halaman dan cari bagian kelas saya dan pilih kelas yang sudah kalian beli tadi. Selamat! Kalian sudah bisa untuk mengikuti pembelajaran di kelas akademi yang sudah kalian pilih, tonton setiap video pembelajaran dan jangan lupa aktifkan atau klik subtitle di sebelah icon setting video YouTube untuk semakin memudahkan mencerna video pembelajaran. Materi atau handbook akan diberikan setiap sesinya. Dan soal-soal tiap materi yang relevan terhadap pembelajaran kelas. Tugas per sesi hingga tugas akhir yang akan membantu kalian untuk semakin memahami mengenai materi yang disampaikan di dalam kelas akademi yang sudah diberikan. Sehingga nanti di akhir setelah menyelesaikan kelas, kalian akan mendapatkan sertifikat penyelesaian kelas akademi transisi energi. Jikalau menemukan kendala dalam memilih kelas dan ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut mengenai berbagai informasi lainnya mengenai akademitransisienergi.id, kalian bisa memanfaatkan fitur wa.me di setiap pojok kanan bawah untuk menanyakan lebih lanjut ke admin akademi, atau kalian bisa langsung menghubungi ke email t@iesr.or.id.
Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian diharapkan bisa mengisi form survey and feedback dari acara IETD
And feedback form for this IETD session. The barcode is on your screen. You may scan it. Thank you.
Selamat siang,
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023, Enabling Rapid Power Sector Transformation. To start this afternoon session, because we just had our lunch, can I have your big round of applause, please? Please, you have to have all the spirit for this third day session because we have great speakers with us. This session will have the theme providing low-cost financing for coal to clean transition, which will start with a presentation. We will listen to the first presentation presented by Mr. Iliad Lubis, Southeast Asia Utility Transition Manager at RMI. The stage is yours, sir. Kita lihat mana ini ya? Ayo lihat, oke.
Presenter.
May peace and blessings be upon us. Terima kasih sudah mengundang saya ingin
a little bit of carbon credit financing. So the title is Unlocking the Finance from Coal to Clean Transition. My name is Iliad Lubis. I work at Rocky Mountain Institute as the Southeast Asia Utility Transition Manager. Okay, so just the agenda for the presentation. I'll do a brief introduction to who RMI is and what we do. Some of the financing mechanisms that are available in the market to help coal to clean energy transition. The role of carbon credits to potentially enhance such financing needed for the transition, as well as how to mobilize carbon credits to pursue a more, commercially viable transition projects. So RMI is a global think tank focusing on energy transformation. We are trying, our motto is to secure a clean, prosperous, and zero carbon future for all. We work on all aspects of energy transformation, such as electricity, building efficiency, transportation, and what have you. We have more than 700 experts and professionals working in about 61 countries all over the globe, and we are also expanding in Indonesia, especially in Southeast Asia utility. Our experts and staff are comprised of power system engineers, financial analysts, all the way to policymakers. So we're very broad in what we do in this space. Specifically on the coal to clean energy transition services that we have done, we have published the guidelines for financing a credible coal transition that you can access online. We are working together with GFANS, which is a set of financial institutions as part of the JETP, to provide recommendations on the metrics and the financial reporting requirement for a coal phase out. We have a long and extensive track record working with utilities, obviously in the United States, that's because of where we are based. We are also creating the methodology for carbon credits, which I will talk a little bit in a minute. And specifically in coal-rich countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines, we are working very closely with JETP. We are included as part of the technical working group to establish the CIPP, or the Comprehensive Investment Policy and Plan. So, you know, the financing mechanisms that we have in the market for a managed phase out of a coal to clean energy transition, broadly speaking, we try to achieve three key main points. The first one is lowering the cost of debt. Second one is lowering the cost of equity. And lastly, to improve the future cash flows. So in order to lower the cost of debt, we restructured the existing loan agreements to achieve more competitive financing terms, such as shorter tenors, lower interest rates. For example, we can also have principal repayment holidays. We can also structure credit enhancement mechanisms such as export credit agency or sovereign-backed guarantees to de-risk such projects. We also can structure sustainability-linked loans or green bonds. And to lower the cost of equity, we have what we call Managed Transition Vehicle, or MTV. And this is especially true for the Indonesia ETM, which is being done by PTSMI. And there's also a possibility of selling the existing share, the ownership or shares of the existing owners to those coal plant operators with lower operating costs. For example, like for private equities or other shareholders or operators that have technical capabilities on early decommissioning of a coal plant. To improve cash flows, we can definitely tap into the carbon credits and the available markets. We also have other things like grants or government supports and the reinvestment of such revenues to develop new renewable energy plants. However, what we are seeing in Indonesia specifically, that the financing mechanisms for a coal to clean energy transition project is quite challenging. Some of them are because of the financing challenges and a broader contextual challenge. For the financing one, a lot of the coal plants in Indonesia, in the past have already secured very competitive financing agreements and the terms within. So it will be quite difficult for a new package for refinancings to come in and undercut such terms. The equity returns, as a lot of people probably know, it's already locked in under the current long-term PPAs with PLN. And overall, the coal to clean energy transition projects are yet to be proven. There is not a single project such as this one in Indonesia today. So, potential lenders or new coal plant owners might put a higher risk premium on such deals. On the broader contextual challenges, we also need to consider the challenges that we see from the potential increases in the electricity system costs, particularly by shutting down most likely cheaper coal plants with solar or wind power plus battery, which at the moment is not that cheap. We also need to consider the financial sustainability or the capacity of the utilities to backstop any financial obligations in the new contractual terms, and also the overall supporting regulation that we need to foster quite soon to allow all of these coal to clean energy transition deals to take place. So out of the analysis that RMI has done in the past, looking at some of the existing coal PPAs, we see that purely relying on commercial financing terms would make these type of projects unviable. But only when we start to incorporate concessional funds or blended financing with lower than market rates, then we can see a little bit of an opening for an early termination of coal-fired power plants. It would be around 2032 to 2035. While for adding a clean PPA to replace the coal-fired power plants, it would have a narrower window of opening because of the added investment costs for the new renewable IPP projects. However, if we structure it in a way that it is a managed transition vehicle with lower cost of capital, we can hopefully see a much wider opening on the window for a clean PPA replacement, and that is about between 2025 to 2035. So I think this is where carbon credits can be a potential solution to enhance the commercial viability of such deals. For one, carbon credits unlocks additional revenue streams from the decarbonization efforts of shutting down the coal plants earlier. It can lower the cost or even the amount of the debt that is necessary to finance coal to clean energy transition deals. And also it helps to shift the burden of procuring new additional capital from the lenders and new lenders or new coal plant owners to the available new market, which is the carbon credit market or the exchange. However, if we look at coal plant shutdown, this is more or less a permanent solution, right? So once you shut down a plant, the carbon emissions is basically instantly stopped, and therefore it is in the form of a higher quality carbon credits, which also commands price premium in the market today. And lastly, if we have a successful coal to clean energy transition deal, using carbon credits, for example, it would allow the ability to scale such projects to take place in Indonesia and abroad. So this is an example of a successful carbon financing that we saw in the market, particularly in Chile. So in this transaction deal, Engie Energia Chile was able to shut down 4 of its coal-fired power plants earlier and renegotiate the PPA and develop a new wind farm to basically compensate for the loss of energy. So out of the $125 million that the company was able to raise for the new renewable energy power plant, about $6.5 million, which comes from carbon credit revenues, was coming from the carbon emissions reductions of about 5 million tons of CO2, was baked into the concessional tranche of about $15 million. And in essence, this project was able to lower the cost of debt to make the financing for the new renewable IPP more viable. Now, while we see the success in Chile, there is not a single unifying methodology that governs all coal to clean energy transition deals in the world today. The methodologies are being developed, including the one by Coal to Clean Credit Initiative, which RMI is also a part of. But all of the methodologies need to address key risk. It needs to prevent a moral hazard of having new coal plants being built just so the shareholders, being able to reap the revenues from carbon credits. The additionality means that it needs to make the projects so that the ability for the project to raise or to make the viability of the project to be a go has to come from the ability to source the carbon credits. So if the project is already profitable without carbon credits, then the carbon credit should be able to be allocated for other projects that need a little bit of a boost to make things, to make the economics work. It must also prevent a leakage, which means that the shutting down of one coal plant must not incur additional coal plants to come online, or the existing coal plants to ramp up their generation to compensate for the loss of energy. And finally, the methodologies need to be accurate, and they need to be verified by the internationally accepted standards. So as a result, any carbon credit project needs to consider a few things. So the developers need to register the project and comply with the internationally recognized standards such as Vera, Gold Standard, or American Carbon Registry. It must also periodically quantify and monitor the performances so that there's no ambiguity. It needs to also expect that the achievement of carbon credits can only be attained if the actual outcomes match what has been said. And lastly, the project must also consider the costs to cover the just transition to make sure that the affected communities and the surrounding environment will not be adversely impacted once the coal plants are shut down. And last but not least, the opportunities in the carbon credit is quite significant. So we see in the world that the global voluntary carbon market is set to grow by fivefold at the end of this decade. And Indonesia is also launching its carbon market trading exchange at the end of this year, with a market value of about $25 billion between 2022 to 2026. A successful coal to clean energy initiative that can ensure the high quality of its methods can reap significant benefits and revenues from the carbon credits, while also securing clean, prosperous, and zero carbon future for all of us. So thank you so much for your attention, and I guess I'll leave it to the audience if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Bapak Iliad for the presentations. Now move on to the next presentation. We have Mr. Lawrence Ang, Managing Partner at Climate Smart Venture. So Mr. Lawrence, the time is yours.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lawrence Ang. I'm Managing Partner of Climate Smart Ventures. Very honored to be here today at the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue, and congratulations to the organizers. I apologize I couldn't make it there today due to a competing event here at New York Climate Week, but happy to provide the input now. So could we flash the slides? As a quick introduction, Climate Smart Ventures is a transaction advisory working out of Singapore, supporting asset owners, investors accelerate their shift from fossils to renewables. Right now, a lot of our work is focused in Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia, focused on engaging largely the independent power producers, portfolio owners, and state-owned enterprise explore a commercially viable energy transition. So today, the organizers have asked me to zoom in and build from the previous discussion on financing energy transition to look at some of the challenges and the barriers that we're finding around this issue and why it continues to be a very important field of work. Next slide. So I'll start with this, and I think it's important to level set that at the end of the day, this is a global movement, right? Everybody recognizes that there is a need to rapidly transition out of coal into renewables. And there's different mechanisms now and test cases, pilots, platforms that are being put up around the world, particularly in emerging markets. Most notable is the JETP that was launched in South Africa, but also the JETP in Vietnam, ongoing discussions in India as well. But I think ground zero for this just energy transition discussion right now is in Indonesia. All eyes are really looking at Indonesia on how they're going to embark on this journey to transition 13 gigawatts of its coal for early retirement, and ideally to transition towards cleaner, hopefully more renewable energy. There's some hope because I think in other markets, like the Philippines, we've seen a number of transactions already close, one being the AC Energy Transition Deal that we were part of, which programmed the early retirement of a 5-year-old coal plant by 2040, the proceeds of which were then all recycled into a 600 megawatt solar facility in the Philippines in terms of equity. And that deal has closed. And it was purely an LBO, leverage buyout type model. And it didn't really have to push really hard on the innovative finance. It was really just getting the right players to understand and so to speak, cast the first stone to be the first ETM deal. So it's possible if we get the right ingredients in. And now I think the challenge for us is making sure that we leverage all this resources and good faith that we generated from international and local partners towards achieving Indonesia's JETP. Next slide. Now, obviously, that's easier said than done. Now we know that there are many obstacles hindering and slowing down these discussions, early coal retirement, and for good reason, right? I think as we engage with the international funding community, international financing institutions, partner governments, the key considerations around financing a managed phase-out for coal really boil down to 3 things, right? First is ensuring that at the end of the day, plans demonstrate real net reductions in emissions, that leakage and moral hazard, as mentioned, is addressed in any of these ambitious plans, but also that the different levels of how coal operates are also addressed. So not looking only at asset level, but also looking at the entity level and also at the government level, making sure everything is covered, either in terms of a commitment to not build new coal, making sure that there's clear guidelines on how use of proceeds will go towards maintaining these emission reductions. The second part is around financial viability and inclusivity. At the end of the day, any of these transactions need to be financially viable. The virtue of an early coal retirement in and of itself is value destroying, right? So you're looking at plants that were supposed to run up to X, but now you're saying you're going to retire them X minus 2. That delta of that X minus 2 denotes value destruction. But this is where concessional finance can help, right? If we lower the cost of capital, then we could probably make it value neutral. Or even yet, if we can find value creating opportunities on the other side, including renewables or other decarbonization investments, that makes this net value creating, value adding. And that is a big, I think, opportunity for how we look at early coal retirement. Next part is obviously looking at the just part and making sure socioeconomics are considered, particularly on the impact of this just transition on power prices, communities that will be affected, so and so forth, that needs to be packaged in. And lastly, I think this is first and foremost, and Indonesia is kind of a model of this, is how do we ensure that there's transparency and accountability across all of these plans and ambitions from the top all the way to the bottom, right? From governance to implemented strategies to metrics and targets, right? So I think, like I said, folks who work in the Indonesia JETP know that these are you're front and center in a lot of these conversations, and there's definitely a lot of momentum towards COP to demonstrate that all these things are being checked. Next slide. So those are the obstacles, and really more, I wouldn't call them the obstacles. Those are really more the requirements and the hurdles that would be required to get an energy transition going. But the good news is there is emerging understanding now of how coal transition creates resources for us to pursue other decarbonization opportunities. So again, I come back to this point, and this is an important point, because this is a fairly new, this is an idea that's been around but needs to be emphasized and discussed a bit more. That coal retirement, early coal retirement, as I said, by virtue is value losing, value destroying. Now, one effective way to offset the value destruction with value creation is by investing the proceeds into renewables or into other value creating investments, such as those you see on the screen, right? And for FIs, the natural fit naturally would be to bundle coal retirement with renewable energy. So, you're quickly creating a transition within the same transaction, right? As opposed to kind of purely financing early coal retirement. But obviously in markets like Indonesia, this may be a challenge, as we know, and it's something I think a lot of stakeholders are still trying to work on. But in the meantime, this also means that we can open it up to other kinds of decarbonization investments for as long as they're value creating, again, to offset the value loss on the early coal retirement and making the whole transaction attractive. And what are these other opportunities? This could look at energy storage infrastructure, grid modernization opportunities, EVs, potentially CCS when it's ready, or even other land use opportunities, right? Integrated land use opportunities. But ultimately, the intent is to bundle coal retirement with another value-creating decarbonization opportunity. And I think this is key, particularly as we think about financial viability and ensuring FIs are provided an opportunity to invest in the coal transition opportunity, not only at the coal side, but also on the value-creating opportunity on the other side through other longer-lasting decarbonization investments, right? Next slide. And I think this is where some of the emerging strategies and concrete actions have now come out as to how we can make sure that we systematically channel investments into this transition, right? So as mentioned, one big one that is top on everyone's list is this idea of bundling. Again, it's kind of making sure that at the end of the day, we're crafting a direct link between the proceeds that is generated from the coal retirement towards renewables, right? So you're immediately creating that net reduction, but also that increase in capacity for renewables or cleaner technologies. The other part is also making sure that we kind of include coal transition as part of investment finance and finance taxonomy. So the ASEAN is heavily working on this on a green, amber, and red kind of stoplight system to ensure that coal transition is considered as amber for as long as it meets certain dates and targets of shutting down coal plants by 2040, for instance. It's also looking at RE investment incentives. On the other side, like I said, one way to effectively create a compelling commercial case for retiring coal is if we can show that the cost of building out renewables and the return profile of building renewables is extremely attractive in doing so, and that releasing resources through coal retirement to participate in RE opportunities becomes a really straightforward economic proposition, right? The next part is really, as mentioned by a colleague in RMI, is looking at other financing streams like carbon revenues, and in this case, carbon pricing or carbon tax, again, to source new resources to accelerate the viability of renewables and retiring coal. And then lastly, reporting standards, I think, again, is part of the governance, and ultimately ensuring that through all of this, there is a clear transition roadmap defining and informing how we do and go about early coal retirement. So ultimately, we just wanted to add this color and flavor that at the end of the day, there's very concrete steps that we can do to kind of activate energy transition finance to help Indonesia's aspirations. But ultimately, I think it's making sure that we're looking at opportunities like RE bundling, opportunities like diversifying funding sources, innovative financing, to create that compelling economic case to invest into coal retirement as a way to release resources towards funding renewables. All right, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Mr. Lawrence Ang, for your presentation on early coal retirement financing and opportunity for clean energy investment. Baik Bapak Ibu, sesi presentasi ini akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi panel diskusi yang akan dipandu langsung oleh Dr. Elvi Nasution, Indonesia Country Manager at ING Bank. Please welcome Ibu Elvi Nasution.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this session. How to finance, to provide low-cost financing for energy transition. And I would like to welcome the panel members. Bapak Arthur Simatupang from APLSI is the chairman of IPP Association in Indonesia. And next, I would like to invite Bapak Eka Yuda Pratama, the Head of Advisory Services from Sarana Multi Infrastructure, SMI. Thank you. And lastly, Bapak Iliad Lubis from Rocky Mountain Institute to come to the floor. And we also have panel member joining us from online, Ibu Ratri Wakeling, from the Director of Pollination. So I think first, we're just gonna, some of the panel members are gonna give a short presentation from SMI. Bapak will provide a short presentation. Should we just start? Okay, all right. This is an exciting session and, discussing about the opportunity and the challenges, how to finance the energy transition. And, Pak Iliad and also Lawrence earlier discussed about what are the options available, but now we want to know how and how to make it happen, right? And perhaps if I may ask Pak Eka, I know that SMI is in the forefront of government in the, we mentioned about the ETM platform, energy transition mechanism, and also JETP. So I just want to know what is the progress of the blended finance of your ETN platform that you are managing for the government of Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much for the times for inviting us here. So basically relate to the progress right now, we in SMI in the middle of preparing several ways to get the financing, especially for carbon reduction fund. For example, right now we are in the middle of preparing some documentation with government related to government state budget, that where we can use it as one of the tools as a pool of fund to reduce the lifetime of the coal-fired power plant. And beside that, we're middle of talking with Climate Investment Fund in preparing some fund, not only relate to the carbon reduction fund, but also to accelerate the renewable energy fund. So in this case, what we hope is we can get as much as possible funding with concessionality to help to the burden sharing of the project. So because in the case of the carbon reduction, for example, in the coal-fired power plant, to reduce the lifetime, it needs a burden sharing between the investor and also the financier. And I think the blended finance become the key role in there. Thank you.
So just quickly, do you think, how to optimize and get additional funding? And let's say the program starts and, what do you foresee? What are the additional pool of fund required to make this happen, Pak?
Yeah, so basically, when we look into the total amount of the project, it's a very big size of the project. So I think in this case, at the first stage, we will need a clear roadmap first to study how much actually the money is needed for the carbon reduction based on the plan of the government itself. That's the first. And the second one is based on the our state budget. It's a limited budget. So in this case, we really need some kind of facility from the multilateral, from philanthropists, any money out there. So we can get the concessionality and we can blend it with the commercial banks. Because I believe at the end, when we blend the money and when we can get a proper credit risk of the project, we can get a sufficient return for the investor and also a good example of the project. So the total fund can be recycling for another project. So basically that's the idea right now.
I think now I want to move to Arthur. What is the APLSI and the IPP Association viewpoint of an energy transition program that is currently undertaking, like JETP or ETM? And what are your, members are thinking or the viewpoints?
Thank you. So basically, the FLSI is the association of the IPPs that have been constructing, developing, and now currently operating the power generation business in Indonesia from the private sector. Ever since the fast track program, the second one specifically, and then the 35,000 megawatt under the President Joko administration, we have focused on achieving the mandate that has been planned out by the Energy and Ministry Department, in which PLN can work together and also provide open tender to IPPs in participation for building. Basically, the last 15 years, the electrification has improved from 83% to almost near 100%. So that has been a major milestone for the IPPs in terms of contributing to the increase in electrification, also increasing the consumption of electricity towards promoting the GDP growth that has been maintained for at least 5%. But then now I think the status of IPPs is we're also keen in also participating, as you mentioned, by the amount of support that we get from the multilateral banks and also the strategic think tanks that are also in discussion with us, and providing a clear roadmap in making sure that there is a smooth path towards a transition from basically relying dependently on fossil-based emission that has been the source of electric power generation in Indonesia, to somehow achieving a lower carbon future, basically decarbonizing the electricity sector. And most of the IPP members that are included in the FLSI are keen to support. I think we are working together. One of our members is already in the program with PAECA, with the ADB in the country platform, with SMI and INA. And we're basically trying to emulate that once it's a successful model that can be copied and emulated. I know it's a case-per-case type of project selection, and you need to also base it on different criteria. But we look at the PL2 Cirebon, the first one, as a successful model to be implemented towards the providing the methodology, the clear optimal blended financing structure, and so on and so forth, in order for it to be sort of just basically that there's a lot of other IPP members that also want to participate. And we're also actively communicating with Paedo from JETP as well, and with RMI. And so I think this platform is also interesting because this has become another more of a broader type, of support for us to look at and assessing each project and assessing which one is the most, identifying basically which project is the most suitable for us to go into the early stages of coal-fired retirement. Well, on the other side, of course, we are looking at, of course, the potentiality of the renewable energy replacement, which is key, because most of us are already very long-term in the energy business. Just because we are, say, keen on participating in the voluntary early retirement of our CFPP doesn't mean that most of us are also planning on early retiring from the business, because we are already mostly, a largely integrated energy groups that are operating in Indonesia. So we take a long approach to the industry. Therefore, I think the other side of it, which is the renewable energy deployment, will be very much a measure of success of the whole energy transition mechanism.
Thank you, Pak Arthur. I think next I would like to ask the other panel member, Ibu Ratri. Are you on the line?
Yes, Bu Elsie.
Yes. Selamat siang, Bu. Thank you for dialing in. So yeah, we would like to hear your view, Polynesian view. I know that you are a climate change financing specialist, and I know you have a different approach. And so, what is your viewpoint of our presentation and discussions so far? We would like to hear your view. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Bu Elfie. Perhaps just a brief introduction on Polynesian itself. So we are a global climate investment and advisory firm. We have a number of parts of the business. One is the advisory business, which works with a lot of corporates and governments and others to design decarbonization and transition plans. But we also do a lot of the project investment itself through our own balance sheet, investing in green renewable energy, as well as climate and nature projects. And we also have an asset management arm, which essentially manages third-party capital, including investing in climate and nature projects through our fund called Climate Asset Management, as well as an emerging climate tech VC. I think when we speak from an investor's perspective, we have a couple of balances, right? Including the appetite and the perceived risk. There's definitely sufficient desire that's been communicated by institutional investors, public and the private capital, to deploy climate finance at scale, whether that's from a voluntary commitment made by institutional investors or financial institutions to reduce their financed emission portfolio of finance emission, or even from a compliance perspective in markets where financial institutions are more strictly regulated in that sense. From a maybe perhaps speaking from a private capital perspective, the challenges always can be categorized in two folds. One is overcoming the perceived risk, and on the other side, it's finding the opportunities that are scalable, right? Getting to that billion-dollar platform where possible over time. In our view, for existing investors with already exposure into coal asset portfolio, there's obviously that risk of there's a risk of having a stranded asset that over time perhaps cannot be refinanced, or perhaps they won't be able to sort of meet their hurdle rate. So, if there's an opportunity through early coal retirement to exit early, through this early disposals, there might be an incentive here for them to take. Whereas for the new investors that are looking to finance these early coal retirements, the risk is perhaps more obviously the macro environment. It's the uncertainty and political conditions, regulatory impact, and changing level of commitments that ultimately will dictate whether this investment will be successful and how that would impact the returns. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, is seeing the commercial viability of these early coal retirements. first, for the investors seeking scale, I think as Pak Adler was mentioning before, there are pilots that are already identified, but a lot of investors are wanting to know whether or not that this is sort of scalable and replicable over time to sort of justify the amount of time and the effort that they spent getting to structure these types of transactions. And then there's the issue of the cash flow stability. As we know, particularly with institutional investors, they would look to find predictable stream of cash flows. The concern here is whether or not this type of investment can provide them that long-term cash flow, predictable cash flow that they're seeking. And the third is perhaps the consistency on taxonomy, getting a bit of clarity whether early call retirement is actually included or excluded from the definition of green taxonomy. That would really help financial institutions tackle any scrutiny around their no-call policies.
Thank you, Buratri. So, but I think following on what you've said, you mentioned about that, like depending on the the perceived risk, on the structure, the commercial viability. But so your firm, would like let's say the asset management you're managing could participate in a coal retirement project.
Our current strategy, our current strategy, which is the existing climate asset management, it specifically invests in natural capital, such as regenerative agricultures and reforestation, and then also carbon projects, particularly looking into to seek access to credits in the voluntary markets. That's what the current strategy is. But obviously, we're working with a lot of other institutional investors that are seeking to participate in the early call.
So there's other institutional investors could they, this is the big question, right? You're talking about taxonomy. I think, ASEAN recently released the ASEAN taxonomy that, that would define, that the possibility, right, for to finance energy transition with a coal transition, which is not necessarily in line with some other, European taxonomy. So what is your view on that? And I think, I can call, if Lawrence is still on the line, I think I saw in your presentation earlier about the taxonomy, because this is the big question, right, for commercial bank, if this is, how is it defined and, what would be acceptable? What is your view, Lawrence? Is he still on the line? Or maybe not. Okay, anyone, Pak Eka or Ibu Ratri or, Iliad?
Yeah, maybe from SMI perspective, one of the big question when we try to mobilize financing related to the carbon reduction, especially for CFPP, the first question is about the taxonomy. The question from the commercial banks, not only commercial, multilateral banks, they're always about, is it really a green project? We try to explain, but of course, it needs a consensus between all of the banks. I think not only related to the Asian, but also for European, for the American, because to finance this, we really need a lot of funds, and I think we really need a lot of people involved in this. And fortunately for the ASEAN itself, the decommissioning of CFPP already included as one of the green project in the Asian taxonomy. But of course, the question is, can European or American accept this? So the methodology, I don't know. Is there any like harmonization between European, American, and Asian? But I hope at the minimum in this case, we can show the president, like Pak Arthur said, one of the example is the Cirebon power. So based on that, we can show the world how it's done. And I hope from there, there is a lot of movement related to the taxonomy itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. I would like to ask Pak Ilyar. I was interested to, listen to your presentation earlier about the Chile experience and how, what you think that what are the critical success factor to make things happening, or like, that so we can execute at least the first project in Indonesia on the coal retirement.
So I think, it's a confluence of a lot of things what happened in Chile. I think one of the key things that we can learn is that they have a very lockstep approach in terms of the regulatory approach, the regulatory environment to support such transitions. As we all know, there are a lot of interest from the financiers, a lot of interest from IPPs, a lot of interest from renewable energy developers. But I think once you have, the big gate of regulatory environment to be supportive, I think like it can very much help us transitions to go forward. And I think, they had made a methodology that was credibly approved by, the international standards like gold standards or Vera or American Carbon Registry, and that they were able to really pinpoint, how much was the carbon that was reduced by the shutting down of the the coal-fired power plants, and then how to translate that using, credible pricing mechanism to arrive at the they have the principles that a lot of the things are, sort of working together. So like everything was sort of moving towards one direction. So I think that's the key thing of what made the Chilean IPP project was successful, that everything was sort of walking in a lockstep fashion towards the same goal.
So I think, I think I've, like we have exhausted the discussion on the floor, but I think I would like to invite the participant, if you have any question, to join the discussion, based on the presentation and all the panel discussion so far. Anyone on the floor would like to ask any question? Okay. Please introduce yourself, and then an address to.
So I'm Wira, the program manager of green economy at IESR, and my question is, it's actually a response to Lauren's presentation earlier, that he mentioned that this kind of financing is supposed to be like transactional and includes the whole aspects, include not only financial matters and technicalities, but also the environment and also sustainability aspects of it. So my question would come into how would all of these financial institutions and also financing methods would consider the ESG framework as a whole? Is it like already integrated in your core, or does it still like instill a form of like voluntary reporting, such as like sustainability reporting, that's still not a kind of mandatory in Indonesia? So how do you consider those aspects in the financing of towards energy transition?
Maybe I'll take that. So what I understand from the financial institutions, that they also have a lot of factors that pressure them to take on the sustainable endeavors. So they have ESG ratings, for example, for the financing. I don't know if you've seen in the news, like multilaterals at times have been criticized for putting investments in a bank that it's one of the investors of a big coal-fired power plant in Indonesia. So they have these institutional pressure from their shareholders, from the public, and they also have reputational issues as well. But finally, they have ESG ratings that can really affect their financial performance as well, if they are conducting business in some things that are not of sustainable value in their endeavors. So there are financial implications towards what and to whom they are they're putting their money on.
That's right. I think Pak Elliot mentioned about the ESG rating. So like, the likes of like Sustainalytics. So that's also like, they basically just use all available, like they use AI on all available data on companies and whether, and then they make basically they generate a rating based on that. And, now companies would like to, aspire to have a better rating from them. That's one of them. And I think, Pak Ilit mentioned about ESG standard. I mean, now all, pretty much all international banks and I think regional bank and I think Indonesian bank are starting to go to that direction, is trying to comply with the IFC Equator Principle, PS, like performance standards. And this is very important when, when banks, commercial bank wants to provide loan. And so this is also key to make this successful transition. So any other question from the floor would like to address? And I think, if, I think we could, we should have a, I guess, open discussion and, what do you think? Do you think this is going to work? I mean, it's, because I've been following this discussion. Actually, last year, I was also moderating the exact same session. And, with, I think Lawrence was also one of the speaker and IFC was there. This is in Bali during the G20 side event. And I've seen there, progress, but I think there's still a lot of homework needs to be done. And I think, having Cirebon as a pilot, that is, I think, a very, good breakthrough. And what do you think, Pak Arthur, Pak Iliad, or Pak Eka? And Ibu Ratri, if you have any also comments, please join. Pak Arthur, thank you.
I would probably just comment coming from a business practitioner that's operating in Indonesia, right? I mean, we've looked at different models that are trying to be implemented globally, and we commend that because we want to continue to learn. There's a learning curve in terms of how to ensure a smooth transition to everything, right? But we need to. I'm trying to bring up the point that this needs to be a 100% Indonesian story, and one that I have to draw out there, of course, always the elephant in the room in discussion is the fact that we are not a merchant market structure, right? We basically, the IPPs sell to the grid to one single buyer, right? It's a single buyer market, PLN. So this requires the participation from the buyer standpoint as well, right? In terms of how they manage the transition as well, right? Are they going to be able to basically award voluntary IPPs that are voluntary, say, okay, our PPA can be shortened from the original PPA towards a certain accelerated number of years. What is the energy replacement that's most suitable? Do we get a direct, basically do we have to participate in another open tender, or is there a direct appointment or direct selection mechanism? Is it guaranteed, right? Is it part of the whole cycle of redeployment of the asset being recycled from fossil-based to renewable? Another thing I would throw is the fact that scalability is very important here. And does it necessarily mean that if, say we're giving up a coal-fired power plant, size of, say, just throwing a number, 300 to 500 megawatts, is the replacement the exact same location, assuming that there's a potential energy supply that is zero carbon, right, from a particularly area, the same area. And then we have to also mitigate the challenge of it being intermittent compared to base load, if it's solar or wind instead of base load, say geothermal or hydro or biomass, so there's different type of replacement. Because then the VRE, the variable renewable energy, would require battery and energy storage solution there as well. Whether commercially you could potentially replace what PLN has been enjoying and reaping the benefit of getting cheaper electricity, right, and replacing it with something that's intermittent, therefore requiring some battery storage in it to be priced into the replaced PPA, right? Another thing is the fact that because Indonesia is an archipelago, then most of the systems aren't interconnected between islands. The only islands that are connected at the moment are the Jawa, Bali, and Madura system. So we haven't seen a coal retirement that is outside of Java. That's, that will basically become another benchmark. Whether it impacts the grid stability within that system, right? The good thing about Java, because the interconnection is much better, then finding a potential replacement to the retired coal asset is much easier compared to somewhere remote like Sulawesi that only relies on one single asset that is fossil-based in nature. Another one would be, I guess, whether we are looking at more of a decentralized type of power compared to what it is now, very centralized, right? Everything is decided from the very top, from one single entity, right? Or are we looking at basically decentralizing it and creating more opportunities for smaller mini grids and microgrids that become a solution to the system? So I think what I'm trying to say with all this is coming from the pelaku usaha, right? We need to look at it purely from whether this is successfully implemented in Indonesia, right? We're not just looking from the financing aspect of it, but also on other aspects that are just as important to ensuring that the energy security in Indonesia and affordability and all the other stuff are included in the discussion.
Thank you, Pak Arthur. Yeah, the technical vibe, the technical challenge is definitely there. I mean, how do you replace the base load coal and at a favorable price with the same favorable price, and which is what's the other. So I guess maybe my next question to Pak Eka and Pak Iliad, and so now then from technical challenge, but how about from commercial challenge, like for PPA, and then also the project finance that a lot of the IPPs had undertaken, and then that which is 70% are typically when we're talking about the big IPP are financed by the international consortium. So how do you see that? Have you had that discussion with them? Whether they are open in what kind of terms they are requiring, and what would it take to make it, this critical success factor?
I think from RMI we are just about to begin, some financing institutions engagements, both in Indonesia, in the Southeast Asia region, also globally, and really to understand how we can structure this so that we can all move forward. So I think I think financing for renewable energy is not the big issue. The big question is whether or not banks will be able to finance a coal retirement project, because as we understand, multilaterals have already promised that they will not invest in any coal-fired power plants. So if shutting down a coal-fired power plant can be considered something that's green, I guess, it relates to the taxonomy issue in the beginning. So is that something that can be considered by them? Or if not, then, can the commercial banks sort of step in and to sort of fulfill that void? What we understand that, there has been murmurs in the market that they are able to do something like that, but it needs to be, it needs to be seen whether we can scale that up, because as Pak Eka mentioned earlier, like a deal in Cirebon is hundreds of millions of dollars and potentially billions of dollars. So can we get enough liquidity to finance such a deal? And that's just one project. We're looking at gigawatts of coal-fired power plants that needs to be shut down, perhaps. So is there, the finance or the financial capacity from abroad to get there? But I think the most important issue, the key thing that we all need to agree is that, as Pak Eka mentioned earlier, and I really do believe that we cannot put this on the Indonesia state balance sheet. It's because we have the single off-taker model, and they are the ultimate buyer. If we put the entire burden of having this coal to clean energy transition on them, it's not going to work.
we're gonna have to raise taxes, or like like we have cut downs on other budgets. It's gonna be a very difficult and like a very politically challenging discussions to have. So I think there has to be some innovative financing tools that needs to be injected into this equation. One of them is carbon credit, because it's sort of, as I mentioned before, it shifts the burden from PLN or from the state budget and sort of open up or tapping into a new market where we know there are a lot of buyers out there that are looking into Indonesia, trying to buy our carbon credits. So the key, the biggest homework for that is just, for having a very solid methodology to account for the carbon emissions reduction efforts. Technologically, yes, I mean, good battery and a good grid is basically I think the two most important points. Battery, I think, is probably easier to manage because there's a lot of innovations with cheap financing for the development of battery. But the grid is something that I'm keen to understand of how it's going to be, because the grid is 100% under PLN's responsibility. The IPP has absolutely no power to change that or try to accomplish anything. So we don't want to be something like similar to Vietnam, when there's a huge influx of renewable energy with intermittent power on the southern part of Vietnam, and then when recently there's a big drought in the northern part of the Vietnam, but their grid is insufficient to transfer the renewable energy from the south to the north. So what you have is a huge imbalance between the north and south, and then they ended up having to cut down the electricity while you have a lot of the green energy available, but you just can't transmit it. So we don't want to come to that sort of same problem as well. But I think, yeah, in the end, I would say that politically we need to have also a continuity with all of the things that we have been working on, because of there's election coming, so we need to have some visibility that the same things will be accomplished hopefully later on.
Thank you, Pak Iliad. Pak Eka?
Yes, maybe I want to add Pak Iliad, what Pak Iliad said. It's a very solid argument and very solid. Based on my knowledge and my experience, the handicap in electricity market in Indonesia is it is a very political, especially for the price of electricity. So in this case, PLN not only acting as the PT, but they're also acting like a public agent. How to keep the electricity price is affordable for everyone. It's trilemma of energy, I think. And in this case, if you're looking into the condition of the market, especially financial market, take example software right now for the reference. The price is for the reference is very high. And if you want to build renewable energy, take for example the Indonesia project. It's really need a very cheap of cost of fund. In this case, there is still a handicap over there. But I believe if the carbon market already been well established, I think it can become some added value to increase the feasibility of the project. So in this case, I think that's what we need right now. How to increase the feasibility and to help the PLN to achieve the most optimum price of electricity for Indonesian as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Eka. I would like to go back to the floor if you have any other questions and discussion. Any thought? Ibu Ratri?
Yes, well, yeah, I think there's a question, I think, around the perspective of investors and markets around sort of appetite and, whether seeing the financing retirement of coal power plant as a good opportunity or a challenge, and, noting that private sectors have traditionally been prominent in filling the financing gap for low carbon technology. I think in this context, there's definitely an opportunity for Indonesia to, what Arthur was saying before, to essentially write the playbook for a good example of early coal transition. And again, echoing on what Pa Iliad and what Pa Eka is saying as well, taking the issue of, timeline towards cash flow generation, which is something that investors are very concerned about, particularly, in these types of early coal retirement projects where the line of sight towards that first revenue event could be beyond the typical investment period. Like, it could take sort of, 5 to 10 years from now until the coal is retired, and then therefore the monetization doesn't typically align with what they've been used to, which could be somewhere between like 3 to 5 years. I think the opportunity here is what Baeka is saying, to be able to utilize additional revenue streams to showcase that there is the near-term monetization possibility. So carbon markets is definitely a really interesting mechanism, particularly with the emerging regulations around building up the carbon market mechanism, with carbon exchange opening up, and a lot more clarity around methodologies. And a lot more scrutiny as well around making sure that these are high integrity projects. So really Indonesia has the, I guess, the opportunity here to write the playbook if there is, if the likes of carbon markets can be given a chance to support the commercial viability of the early coal retirement here.
Thank you, Buratri. And I think, maybe I would like to ask to the floor about the status of the carbon trading. What's the late? I mean, I haven't followed recently, so you think it's, and also carbon registry, right? That's like a big challenge if you want to be like verified by, let's say, the likes of Vera. I mean, it takes years. I mean, it's the difficulty, and how do you think? And and yes, actually, I would like to ask. I'm sure there are like carbon specialists on the floor here. If anyone knows what's the status of the carbon trading regulation and the implementation.
There's an online question, I think.
Oh, there's an online question I didn't see. Ibu Ratri, do you know what's the status?
Sure. Maybe I can briefly touch on that as well. I think we're definitely seeing there's a lot more firming up of regulation in Indonesia to ensure that the carbon markets is doing its job to help the Indonesia transition towards low carbon economy, as well as meeting Indonesia NDC commitments as well. I think so. Just sort of highlighting a number of developments over the last sort of few months, perhaps we've gotten a lot more clarity around sectoral regulations in the energy sector, as well as the forestry sector from the KLHK. There's also another development that, as you know, the carbon exchange is going to sort of start opening, I think, next week, as regulated by the OJK. So there's really clear signal, I guess, like from the government, that there is a cross-stakeholder coordination from the Ministry of Forestry, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Finance, OJK, and others, to make sure it becomes a very robust carbon markets. I think, as I said before, if the challenge right now is to sort of build a robust domestic market and making sure that the companies really understand the price of carbon, that the price of carbon is a clear signal that the price of carbon is a clear incentive for companies to decarbonize as well, and allowing sort of those new and renewable energies to flourish and divert a lot of the climate or the financing towards those low carbon opportunities. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot that the carbon markets can play here as well. The second thing as well is, I think there is ongoing efforts to align the domestic methodologies with international carbon markets, including Vera, Gold Standard, Pure Earth methodologies as well. Currently, the SRN has already started building up a number of methodologies that can be accepted for carbon projects to be developed in Indonesia, but there are sort of alignment with international verification bodies to make sure that eventually that there are pathways towards accessing those international markets for credits that are generated in Indonesia.
Thank you, Buratri. I think you have answered parts of the question, the Zoom question. But the second part of the question is, anyone can answer it, how to, what's the success story to drive renewable energy while prevent carbon leakage problem? Pak Iliad or Pak Arthur? Hi, guys.
So the carbon leakage basically means that, as I mentioned in my presentation, so the shutting down of one plant will not result in additional coal-fired power plants to be added into the grid, or for the existing coal-fired power plants to increase their generation to make up for the loss of energy. So I think, to prevent the leakage, there has to be a wide and broad commitments from the country and a lot of the IPPs and the financiers as well, that there will be no new coal coming, which I think, from our president, that's already been established. But I think, so it's a wide commitment for the no new coal. But I think from the economic side of things, we also have to make the renewable energy plus energy storage solutions to be really commercially viable and bankable. Because otherwise, then we're going to run into a problem where we don't have enough supply to make up for the lost energy, right? So what needs to be done in Indonesia as well, that we will also need to really look into, the success stories of incorporating renewable energy and energy storage that has been done abroad, and try to make, I don't know, maybe a pilot project on how to make it commercially and technically viable in Indonesia to really support that. So I mean, none of these things will happen overnight, right? So it takes a lot of process, but I think we already know what we need to do, but I think so just we need to have a clear roadmap on how to achieve those things. So yes, we need to shut down the coal-fired power plants, but at the same time, we also need to understand how are we going to supply a baseload green energy down the line, maybe 5 to 10 years, when we have some of the early coal plant retirement projects to actually decommission.
Thank you, Pak Ilya. So I think there are the second question addressed to Buratri. How is the perspective from investor, market, and also financial institution about the coal power retirement? Do they see as an opportunity or a challenge? Since the private sector are, mainly are the one who's fulfilling the financing gap for the low carbon technology.
Sure. I think we've already probably discussed sort of the opportunities and the challenges more broadly, but leveraging of what Iliad was just saying before in terms of sort of piloting, I think for a lot of private capital, most of them would probably say that they would be willing to look at new and emerging opportunities such as this, and maybe there are ways through pilot projects to make sure that there's at least an allocation for investing and learning, basically, to do it at a smaller scale, learning where the pitfalls could be, and then reiterating for at a scale up level. I think in the context of Indonesia, there are a number of quick wins that we think can be applicable. So looking at sort of pockets where private capital could deploy. One opportunity that we've kind of been seeing as well is we're seeing that investment in the likes of industrial CCUS is it's nascent globally, but beginning to show strong growth, particularly sort of driven by industrial applications in like chemicals and oil and gas as well. So there is an opportunity for the likes of those kind of pockets to be done at pilot scale and in Indonesia, particularly then again in terms of project financing for renewable energy projects. If you want to sort of do it again in pockets, maybe that there would be opportunities to do that in a captive sort of environment where there are sort of stable and sizable demands, whether that's potentially doing that pilot type of investment, in areas where there are sort of co-location with demand, such as, component manufacturing, industrial parks, or critical minerals and others as well, that would sort of guarantee that offtake agreements, again, to help those private capital to really deploy at a small scale and then investing and learning.
Thank you, Bu Ratri. So I just, like follow on Pak Iliad and yourself about, I think, mention the base load. I mean, the availability of power, right, at the right price, and Pak Eka mentioned, and Pak Arthur as well. That's very important, right? Because at the end, it's about the affordability for, and the least cost for our power costs. But do you see, let's say, gas as a transition, can be a transition? Because the reality is, intermittency is a huge challenge, and then energy storage cost is still very expensive. But some country, I mean, gas power, as long as it's a path to, net zero, that could be seen as a energy transition project. Bu Ratri, Pak Iliad, Pak Arthur, anyone? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess gas is not considered a, very carbon polluting, I mean, relatively speaking, to coal. But, it does have a different type of combustion, which is methane, which is actually 3-4 times more harmful to the atmosphere compared to carbon. But the positive thing about it, it doesn't linger as long as carbon. So I think having it a solution as something that's temporary might be a good solution. But the other challenge in Indonesia is harnessing gas requires a lot of investment in infrastructure because of the way it's dispersed is usually quite remote from the demand center. So that's another challenge. You need either a robust investment in gas pipeline or in the storage and transport and regasification solution. But I agree. I mean, if there's a lot of potential of gas coming from Indonesia, and I guess if you look at it from a CO2 emissions perspective, it is a better solution, but it does require for a more permanent solution going forward.
Thank you, Pak Arthur. And I think, if there is no more questions, we're just going to, Mike, thank you.
I have two questions, not so much on the coal retirement side of things, but on IPPs entering into the renewable energy space. So obviously all of you alluded to the fact that there's a lot of, there's bureaucracy, there's also a monolithic utility that also constrains the healthy private sector market operations. So one is there any space you see, whether it's created by regulations or even, both in the microgrid or large grid segment, where you have found outlets and ways to operate and exist hand in hand with the utility, and even if there's one off-taker? So first that. Second is, could you also allude to the capacities of the IPPs in Indonesia and homegrown IPPs, whether it comes to EPC, O&M, designing, sizing, all of those different capacities, and how ready are the IPPs, again, across decentralized and centralized, or could you also indicate areas where there is room for improvement and what could be done about that? Thank you.
May I ask who are you addressing the question to?
I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, to the chair of the IPP Association.
Oh, thank you. Arthur.
Thank you for addressing a tough question to me. I think agree with what just been said by Bu Ratri. I think we need to sort of sandbox a smaller system in order to see whether that ensuring the every aspect is viable in a smaller scale compared to something that's aggregate. Another thing I would say is, we've had a few proposals to the government in terms of, like you said, you mentioned about bureaucracy. I think there are these companies that are willing to actually pay a premium on top of the existing tariff, sort of call it green. They say green tariff, right? As long as they are ensured 100% renewable energy supply. But that requires, because again, the IPPs, by the way, IPP actually contributes quite significantly to the power in terms of installed capacity. So, but they are largely dependent on fossil generation. I think at the moment, with the installed capacity of 83 gigawatts, 30-something% is actually coming from IPP, from the private sector, but mostly selling to PLN, and some actually are given a specific wish to build something to power a captive industrial estate. So in terms of participation, is actually, we have the size, right? We have the clout and influence, but I think in terms of having the sort of something that's sandbox, just to be able to see whether this is a solution or not, because you mentioned there's a lot of opportunities in looking at microgrid solutions, the fact that Indonesia is so scattered and they're not connected, whether there are some certain areas that we can look at and basically trying to match the demand between, say, these RE100 companies, right, or wanting something 100% renewable, and not just from a certificate, because at the moment they can buy a REC from PLN, but it's not guaranteed that they can actually get the real source of energy from renewable. It's just a piece of paper. And we've had that discussion with even with the parliament, because it's in one of the terms that was omitted from the renewable energy bill, because we wanted power wheeling to be there, because the transmission and distribution is not under our jurisdiction. So basically the private sector is just, basically allowed to participate in the power generation. But power wheeling would be a solution, but and there's all these demand coming from companies that are willing to pay a premium to that. And we've had this discussion coming toward the G20 as well with the UNDP people and everything. So we're still trying to formulate it. Obviously, Indonesia is a perfect example to have this, because we're also looking at whether it's possible to somehow maybe come up with a combined solution, not just everything like in terms of the market structure being a single buying entity, but maybe sort of fragmented a bit. So the authority is not everything is always centralized, because renewable energy is basically more of a decentralized solution, and which would be perfect for certain areas that have not enjoyed as much electrification in Indonesia, such as Java and Bali system. So looking at all these challenges, meaning that there's a lot of opportunities, right? And we're following it very closely. I think we're keen to continue to participate as the private sector in the sector and the industry to look at this as something that is an open door for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Arthur. I think we are, entering the last part of our discussion. I think if I may ask each of the panel member, just give a few points, takeaway, and remarks that would you like to share with us? Starting with Pak Elliot. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I think maybe just building on what I mentioned before, I think technical financial solutions is something is probably on the easy side of things. The politics and the regulatory aspects are going to be one of the most challenging aspects. So I think the key to all of this is to have a supportive regulatory environment to support such transactions. And I think the last thing that I would say is, especially for Indonesia, we cannot have this on the state budget. So I think that's the biggest the biggest hurdle that we have to try to overcome. So innovative financing solutions, supportive regulatory environment, not putting it in the state budget, I think it will do wonders for all of our efforts to transform, from the fossil fuel space energy source to renewables.
Thank you, Pak. So I think now it's a timely, the next to your Pak Eka. I think, what Pak just, quickly about no burden on the state budget. However, what is required is to have burden sharing and incentive provided to the IPP in order. So then, we'd like to hear your last view.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the electricity in Indonesia, it's very delicate and fragile. I think if we must go back to the trilemma of energy, especially affordability and security of energy. So in this case of the energy transition, to be happen and to make it happen, we really need collaborative effort, not only relate to the like what Pak Ilya said from the technical and financial perspective, but also from the policymakers, how they conduct the roadmap itself, because it become the grand design and it become like a guidance for everyone to how to achieve the net zero ambition. And for me, I believe we cannot do a fully coal phase out. What we can do is coal phase down. So what we can do is to increase the energy mixture of renewable energy. The project is there. I believe project is there, but of course we really need in some area the base load become it can be from the gas or from the coal itself, but of course we really need some kind of technology, some kind of incentive, and some kind of financing from the multilateral or commercial that really can help the project to be happens and give a competitive return to the investor. I think that's the condition for the IPP. And of course for the PLN itself, they only want to build a new plan if they can achieve first, there is a need of energy. Second, the price is there. So the average price is okay, the cost of electricity. So in that case, once again, it's a collaborative effort. So in this case, the roadmap become a key factor to make it happen. Thank you.
Exactly, but I think, government collaborative effort, and then PLN being the single buyer, they have to maintain reliability, affordability of the system, so we can't rely on PLN. So this is the job of the government, or like how to provide the right incentive to reach. I mean, this is a difficult, great opportunity, but also challenge and homework forward. Next, Pak Arthur.
Our members have had a good years and track record of successfully commencing, building, constructing, and developing projects. That gives us confidence and just the familiarity of knowing how to operate long term in Indonesia, right? And we're not trying to exit early. Most of us are not basically, we're not hedge funds. We're basically here in the long term, right? So I think all these challenges needs to be, I agree, there needs to be a clear guideline and a regulatory framework that supports it. But we also look at the business opportunities that are presented. There's, all the renewable energies are largely untapped in Indonesia. And the trend now that with costs coming down and also the technological solutions, even the digitalization of smart grid that will be needed for more VREs in the system and battery storage, and also now with AI and IoT, machine learning. I think these things make the progress a lot more possible for us to accelerate the transition and the learning curve. So, coming from the business side, I think we're keen to still participate in spite of the challenges. I think there is a lot of solutions out there that can be, not necessarily we have to reinvent the wheel, but some that's already been successfully benchmarked from other countries that become a quicker path for us to learn and try to make that applicable in Indonesia. So, I think we're fully supportive of government's plan to, with the NDC and the net zero target and everything. So I think the door is open and we're always willing to learn and participate further. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Arthur. I think lastly, if I may ask Bu Ratri to provide your comments. Thank you.
Sure, Wealthy. So I think from my perspective, definitely having that stability of that enabling environment, picking up on what Pak Iliad was saying as well, to basically provide enough confidence for the private capital to flow so that they know once they deploy, they know what their returns profile is going to be. I think it's really important to sort of get going on the lower hanging fruits. I think again, we cannot wait for public capital to be available for government mandated decarbonization and climate transition to happen, because by then, it might be too late, obviously. So one is like allowing pilot projects to flourish and sort of removing some of the hindrances. A good example, again, is sandboxing, as what Arthur was saying, through that captive renewable energy projects without sort of like limitations to kind of allow how that project can be made as commercially viable as quickly as possible. And I think I really believe that, allowing carbon markets to sort of be robustly built in Indonesia, including allowing for voluntary markets to be open and international markets to open as well. And, that's what we're definitely seeing emerging. That's really critical because, again, that adds access to additional pools of capital to flow.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think, just this is coming to the concluding of the session, and, on the availability of finance, which is very critical. And, we have heard from our panel members, distinguished panel members, about the opportunities and the challenges. But, on the technical and financial solution, which is theoretical, but the real challenge is political and regulatory aspect. But having said that, we can't wait. We need to decarbonize today, and any low-hanging fruit that can be implemented. Just very grateful that the APLSE is supporting the energy transition, and also PT SMI is managing the ETM platform. And so we have to, make sure, hopefully, best of luck to all this effort, and hopefully, and, it takes a village, not even a village, a country to make things happen. Just if, typically from my experience, the way I see things, when one pilot works, then everything will go. But I think the challenge is to just have this first pilot project to happen, and hopefully that can be replicated and can be the model going forward. Thank you very much for IESR and the fellow organizer, and also the sponsor, and also my distinguished panel members, Pak Iliad, Pak Eka, Pak Arthur, dan Ibu Ratri. Thank you for dialing in to share your time today with us. And thank you very much. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
Please give big round of applause for our moderator and all the panelists. Please stay on the stage for taking a picture together. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Elvi Nasution, Pak Arthur Simatupang from APLSE, Pak Iliad Lubis from RMI, Pak Eka Yuda Pratama from SME, and also Bu Ratri Wakling from Polynesian. Thank you very much for making the time to share the ideas and to present on financing for call to clean transition. Oke, mungkin Ibu Rati juga bisa join untuk foto bersama. Oke. Please give the best smile. One more time. Satu. Ya, oke. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu boleh kembali ke tempat duduknya.
Your seat.
Oke, Bapak Ibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, next, before we end this event, we will listen to the key message and recommendation which will be presented by Deon Ronaldo from the IESR. Mr. Deon, the stage is yours.
Closing key
dokumennya ada. Oh ya. Mana ya?
Itu kan udah dibuka yang Word tuh.
That's right there. May peace and blessings be upon us. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Salam Kebajikan. Dan
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my warmest regard and appreciation for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources on behalf of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum and Institute for Essential Services Reform for their support in co-hosting this year Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023. Also for all the members of the Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, Pak Bambang, thank you for coming. For all the speakers and moderators and facilitators, media, and all the participants of the 6th Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue. As well, of course, as to my colleagues from Institute for Essential Services Reform who supported and organized the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have arrived at the end of the 6th IETD. This year, IETD has hosted 3 keynote speeches and 10 sessions in total, inviting more than 45 prominent speakers nationally and internationally. We also have the honor of having in total around 300 registered participants who check in into the IETD over the 3 days sessions, and also close to 1,300 unique participants who attended virtually through the platform of IETD. So allow me to begin this closing presentation by recalling several key messages from the opening speech of both from our chairman of ICEF, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, and also the executive director of ICEF, Mr. Fabi Tumiwa. The climate crisis caused an imminent risk for Indonesia and the rest of the world. The energy transition is a key answer to the global climate challenge, and at the same time could help bolster our economy and improve the livelihood of the Indonesian people. So that's the key message from both of them. But still, we should acknowledge that the energy transition process is very complex, risky, and also costly, and therefore require a dynamic process where we always need to seek out the best strategies to implement while keeping the long-term vision clear for all the stakeholders involved. The power sector should be at the forefront of the energy transition because of 3 main reasons. First, there is a viable and mature technology alternative for the power sector, which is also low carbon. Second, the solution could be scalably integrated into the grid, depending on the needs of the grid, of course. And third, the economic benefits that we gain from installing renewables, who has become more mature, become more competitive and low cost, even compared to the conventional power plants. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency's Minister Arifin Tasrif also clearly stated that the significant power sector transformation is required. It's actually a requirement for the energy transition. The power sector transformation should allow for the scaling up of renewable energy, the phasing down of coal-fired power plants, while meeting Indonesia's growing electricity demands that projected to grow by 6 to 7 times compared to the current demand until 2060. To achieve that, Indonesia has to boost and attract investment in renewable energy, also include the supply chain of renewable energy manufacturing industries, as well as the ecosystem of electric vehicles, as mentioned also by Pak Hashim Dayeng Barang from the Ministry of Investment in his presentation. Lastly, Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, PhD, in his keynote presentation also reminded us that navigating through the energy transition means that Indonesia has to balance all the aspects of energy trilemma and energy resilience concept. The planning and strategizing of energy transition need to emphasize the following aspect. First, securing adequate supply of energy. Second, ensuring accessible and also affordable energy for all. And lastly, acceptability in the operation to minimize the impact to the environment and also to the people. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have summarized several key ideas and recommendations that emerged throughout the sessions in IETD. Please note that these ideas is not exhaustive. We will keep on refining this as Indonesia Clean Energy Forum so that it could finally be presented to the key decision makers in Indonesia. So the following 8 recommendations are our proposal for enabling a just and equitable energy transition in the power sector. Number 1, work out and align the energy transition and its linkages to the economic and social development. So as presented and discussed during the first day of IETD, there are broad opportunities for Indonesia to maximize the benefit of energy transition. We have all the resources, including renewable energy, according to the Ministry of Energy, we have 3,500 gigawatt of potential, and also the critical minerals, which much needed for the downstream battery and EV industries. So there has to be, in order to take benefit, there has to be a clear relation between the targets set across different ministries involving in this energy transition. So not only on Ministry of Energy itself, but also other ministries such as Ministry of Industry. For example, the target on renewable energy development should indicate also the target of the manufacturing capacity of renewables in Indonesia, and also should indicate the numbers of educated and skilled workers that we want to produce through our education system from the Ministry of Education. That's an example of what we have to move forward with. Number 2, so decisive support for renewable energy plans to take off in the next 5 years. So as Pak Fabi mentioned on the G20 summit just weeks ago, the climate leaders, the leaders of our countries, and also along with the other 20 countries has a commitment to triple global renewable energy capacity by 2030. So it's only 7 years ahead. So this target means that we need 1,000 to 1,500 gigawatt of renewables to be installed annually until 2030. So this is a massive number. And as a follow-up of the commitment, and Indonesia as the one that also commit to that target, then we have to also develop incentive for markets and industry for renewable energy. So we could treat this as a no regret policy, because we know that the market is there, we know that the need is there. And as the technology and actors involved learn and mature, this incentive could also then be revisited in the next few years, and then maybe take out and replace with a more competitive process. Number 3, increase primary data transparency and accessibility on renewable energy resource for all stakeholders through collaborative effort. So this is a lesson learned from Australia presentation on the issue. So they mentioned that they need real-time data on renewable to support their forecasting and also improve their accuracy in forecasting this variable renewable and also operate their system. So this will also happen to Indonesia when we have more variable renewable energy in the system. So our recommendation is to leapfrog the process and start building our real-time renewable energy data monitoring from now on. So we could collaborate with the institution that already has resource on this. For example, the BMKG, Badan Meteorologi and Geofisika, for the weather patterns and everything, and also for the private renewable energy developers who surely has some access to measurement, real-time measurement tool for each of their own site that they develop. So this comprehensive and high-quality data and information could benefit all of the stakeholders. For example, reducing the uncertainties in renewable energy production for the developers itself, and also the financial institution to finance the renewable energy, and also for the PLN as system operator is also to have a more efficient planning in their capacity expansion plan. Number 4, create a variable renewable energy lab or hub to gain hands-on experience for the utility and accelerate the learning curve in renewable energy project development and system operation. So this is important for PLN to be able to operate the power system reliably and efficiently amidst the variable renewable energy integrations. Fortunately, we have many strategies to choose from. And from the second day of the dialogue, we see a discussion on pumped hydro energy storage, battery energy storage, and also how to build interlink grid among in Indonesia power system. However, PLN will also need time, of course, to adapt to this new regime and also to operate these strategies. So we propose that these strategies could be tested for a selected grid system with a more ambitious variable renewable energy expansion, so that they could use that as a learning lab for them to really manage their renewable energy in the future. Number 5, encourage and facilitate the local government, businesses, and communities to identify their own renewable resources and develop ways to procure renewable energy as modalities for local energy transition plan. So initiative for renewable energy, we also learned from today's panel, could come from different actors, not only just the IPP, not only just PLN. So energy transition should involve all of these actors in the end. And the first step is actually to identify the block, why these actors cannot really develop renewables on their own, and together work out a solution. Number 6, revisit and bundle the policies and regulations for facilitating low tariff discovery of renewable energy project. This is the first session from today, where we learned that to get competitive price of renewable energy, we first have to prepare enabling policies in that country itself. So the enabling policies should cover at least ambitious target setting for renewable plans in the long term and also midterm, transparent and regular renewable procurement schedule, unlocking or even inciting demand growth. For example, renewable purchase obligations and everything that could identify more demand for renewable energy in Indonesia market, captive market. And lastly, to mitigate some risks for renewable development, including standardization of power purchase agreement, land acquisition, and grid integration. And then, after building the enabling policies, we go for the competitive auctions where procuring renewable energy could produce and discover the lowest possible economical tariff for Indonesia. 7, explore and test the structuring of financing, including the packaging of coal to clean energy projects with private developers and financial institutions, and also leverage it through the ongoing JETP and ETM process. With the current power system dominated by coal-fired power plant and overcapacity looming the Java Bali as largest power system in Indonesia, these two conditions has blocked the way for more renewables to be integrated into the system. Therefore, we require innovative financing mechanism that should match Indonesia power market condition, and this has to be explored further. Additionally, the availability of finance is limited, especially for coal-related projects, and thus exploring the way to link both the coal with clean energy projects, not just renewables, but clean projects, is one way to solve this hurdle. Indonesia should also utilize the current process within the Just Energy Transition Partnership and ETM platform to test, investigate, and explore these options. And we also should not stop the financing sources at JETP. We need more. We need to explore a more diversified financial instrument and sources, including the one that the panel just discussed just now, that is the carbon market. And also, lastly, the distribution of finance should also cover the whole components of technical, socio-economical, and the just transition aspect of the transition. Last, number 8, and most importantly, we want to advance the energy transition as a key issue for the national and provincial leaders' candidate political manifesto leading towards the elections. So energy transition, as we have understood for the last 3 days, will directly impact Indonesian people in the short term in terms of the energy price, affordability, and accessibility, and in the long term from the impact of the climate crisis. Therefore, it is important that the public is made aware of this issue, and more importantly, the leader themselves has to show a strong leadership in this aspect. And therefore, IETD encouraged that the energy transition should be one of the key agenda discussed and debated during the campaign period in Indonesia. Finally, I would like to thank everyone for your presence and participation in this convening. I hope that IETD 2023 has successfully deepened our knowledge and inspired us to be part of the ongoing energy transition. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Dion Arinaldo.
Thank you, Pak Dion Rinaldo, for the message and the remarks for the ongoing IETD 2024. So we're going to hear from the closing remarks that will be given by Bapak Bambang Harimurti as a member of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum. Please give a brief round of applause from Bapak Bambang.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om. Now I forgot that one. But I did it intentionally because I see here we have Indonesian from the east part of cultures and Western cultures. And I notice when someone has to speak, the Western people start with a joke. And the Indonesian and Eastern people started with apologizing. So being Indonesian, but I have to speak in English, so I will start with apologizing for the jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bambang Harimurti. I'm a member of Indonesian Clean Energy Forum. I'm up here to represent another Bambang, Pak Bambang Brojo, which is the chair of ICEF, who unfortunately could not come here today to end the session and ask me to represent him, which is an honor to me. And this is very timely, I think, that we have this session. And on behalf of ICF, I would like to thank Kementerian Energi dan Sumber Daya Alam for being a partner for this special annual meeting. And it's very timely because when you all arrive here, Jakarta, the city we live here now, or you are all here now, for many days now we have hold a world record of being the most polluted the air, because when there is no rain, then suddenly the air pollution is very high because we have emission for our energy usage, either from electricity or from transportation. And we haven't really been doing very well in trying to mitigate this, at least to make it into a world standard in the case of our own health. And this is actually one of the costs that has been not internalized. Many of these health costs, production costs caused by the air pollution is not included in the project financing, and therefore, if you look only at the viability of many energy projects, it seems that it's very expensive to take care of this emission and forget that we pay in a higher cost in the term of health and also productivity and other things. But I'm not going to give another speech. I'm just going to say thank you very much for being here. I hope you will come again next year. And I hope because of all the discussion here will influence our leaders. So next year, we are no longer holding the world record in air pollution because we have changed some of our coal-based plants into more clean energy. Let's give applause for this doa. And I hope you will come again, push again, because sometimes I feel like, you know, the legendary Sisyphus, when you want to push for a clean energy. But there are many variants of Sisyphus story. My favorite is the reinterpretation of Albert Camus, because he knows that he has to push the stone upward every waking hours. Go to sleep, next day you have to come out and push the stone again up. But Albert Camus decided that I'm going to enjoy pushing these stones. So I'm hoping that you enjoy pushing this stone into a clean energy idealism. You never get tired of it. You keep pushing and in fact enjoy it. And therefore, come again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Bambang Harimurti. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian,
and gentlemen, with that, our event in this morning and this day is over, and then the event of Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023 is also over. I hope that all the discussion from the first to the last day can become an inspiration, reference, and even a baseline to work together and collaborate to find the next steps in achieving energy transition. Representing the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and Institute for Essential Services Reform, I want to say thank you to for your attention and attending through online or offline. And we also want to say thank you for the support from Pertamina New Energy and PT Jateng Petro Energi. And as an organizer, we are sorry if there's any mistakes that we've made. And to close today's events, I want to also say a poetry. So in the morning, the moderators have said their own poetry. I think it would be better if I close it with another poetry. So the first poetry. Railway has been around for a while, and the horse is jumping over a fence. Let us keep the nature so we have a clean air and comfortable air. So we could always keep that in mind. So we could always have a clean air. Cooking rice with mom. While still hot, we're eating rice. Energy transition is our agenda together. Let us meet again on IETD 2022. My name is Febri Rizanti. Thank you for attending and peace be upon you all.